Good morning, all. Welcome to the 9th Higher Education Summit by Center for Education Growth and Research. Center for Education Growth and Research is the leading and only education think tank in India created with 4 innovations. With over 10,000 aligned academicians, corporate and researchers, the Cegr National Council includes 70 vice chancellors from various regions of India and leading industrialists. Cegr is the only education think tank to organize 56 successful events in 14 states on a single day under its flagship social initiative, that is Indian Education Festival, which benefited more than 12,500 persons on a single day. In 10 years of glorious journey, Cegr is able to associate 10,000 plus academicians with Cegr, 1,000 plus academic leaders. 70 vice chancellors are the part of the Cegr National Council. We are able to organize 250 plus events in 10 years, and which benefited 1 lakh plus beneficiary. We are also published 15 books and journal and many reports, articles, interview of various academic leaders and regulators, and many more achievement in 10 years. So this is all credit goes to the very strong team of Cegr and headed by Professor Caregiver, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation and mentor to Cegr. Thank you, sir, for always guiding to the Cegr.
Thank you, Ravish.
And we have a very dynamic leadership of Dr. Sandeep Marwan, National President, Cegr and Chancellor, AFT University. Then we have very strong immediate past president, Mr. Cegr 9Th, Chancellor, Covet University, who kept a new benchmark of his success as the president of Cegr. And we have also Dr. Sandeep Pandey, Chairman, ASM Group of Institute and National Vice President, Cegr. Then we have Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder and MD, Luxury Connect Business School. We welcome you, sir. Then we have Dr. Abhilasa Gaur, CEO of Electronic Sector Skill Council. Then we have Dr. T.V. Christie, Vice Chancellor, Christ University, Tamil Nadu. We welcome you, sir. Then we have Mr. Narendra Deshpande, CEO of Construction Sector Skill Council. We welcome you, sir. Then we have Ms. Mona Gupta, CEO of Domestic Worker Sector Skill Council. So we welcome you, sir. Then we have Dr. Arvind Agarwal, Chairman of Arya Group of Colleges, Jaipur. We welcome you, sir. Then we have Professor Y. Siddegoda, Vice Chancellor, Tampur University. We welcome you, sir. Then Professor Mohammad Feja Ahmad, Director Research in Bihar Agriculture University, Sabor. So we welcome you, sir. And then we have Dr. Shweta Singh, Advisor IPR, Soviet University. We welcome you, ma'am. Then today we have very eminent panel, and full day session is divided into 4 sessions. Inaugural session followed by first technical session, then second technical session, and last validity session will be there. And in each session, we have a very strong academicians, many vice chancellors are deliberating on various themes. And we are fortunate today, we have very eminent officers from government of India also. So we welcome you all. And now I request Dr. Sandeep Marwan, National President, Cegr and Chancellor, AFT University, to present the welcome address. Over to you, Dr. Sandeep Marwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ravish Roshan, for inviting me. What a pleasure to be here this morning with all the dignitaries from the education industry. What a pleasure to see so many important people of the industry under one roof. Let me start with 2 very powerful lines. कि छोड़ पेड़ की छांव मुसाफिर, छोड़ पेड़ की छांव, देख दोपहरी ढलती जाती, छाया रूप बदलती जाती, सूरज घूम चला पश्चिम में, दूर बहुत है गांव मुसाफिर, छोड़ पेड़ की छांव मुसाफिर, छोड़ पेड़ की छांव. Yes, my dear friends, time has come when we have to leave our comfort zones and we have to jump into this huge, wide world of education and start thinking something different, extraordinary, something special. And we have to prove to the world that we are one of the best organization and we are absolutely worried and conscious about education in India. Let me extend my heartiest thanks to each and everyone who was present here and for their valuable time. because you are here to part with your knowledge, with your experience, and with that experience and knowledge, CEGR is going to be called the Center of Education, Growth and Research. Well, CEGR, you know the word very well, but then I have a different definition for CEGR, because this is, when I say C stands for communication. It is a center of communication to part best of the knowledge to the leaders and even to the students as far as the industry is concerned. And we are trying to deliver informed, we are trying to pass on the best of the information possible in India and abroad happening through this forum. The C also stands for our commitment towards education industry. We're a very serious organization. We are working day in, day out to prove to the world that CEGR actually is the best and is the only and the best think tank in education. C also stands for convincing, because we are absolutely working that whatever is being the nutshell of the discussions, the zest of each and every webinars and seminars must be the real truth of education industry, and it must be passed on to each and every one. When I say E, yes, for you, it's education, but for me, it's also engineering new policies, strategies, rules, and regulation. This is what CEGR is doing it. We are all the time eager to do new. We have an eagle eye now, and we're tapping all these segments of education industry. When I say G stands for growth, yes, but then G also stands for giving our best to the education industry. That is our policy. That is our motto, that we must give our best to the education industry. And not only that we are making policies, we are also working on grassroots level. This is what the CEGR is involved with. We are not only involved with the honorable chancellors or the governors, or the top leaders, but we are concerned about the students, the HODs, the deans, the directors of the institution, so that CEGR is well aware of what is happening in education industry. And last but not the least, R stands for research, but then R also, let me tell you, CEGR is also the reserve of manpower. 16 chancellors, 75 vice chancellors, 10,000 educationists, and probably there is no other organization in India which is catering to so many people at the same time. CEGR is also our for role model. It has become a role model in India, and I'm happy that Ministry of Education has started depending on CEGR and its decision. We have been included into large number of organizations to give our expertise, knowledge through all of you, and that makes CEGR a role model. And trust me, CEGR, when I say R, you can comfortably, blindly rely on CEGR. With all these words, I welcome you to this webinar. I'm very happy. There are 4 sessions. After inaugural, there are 3 technical sessions. And in the next 3 technical sessions, we're going to have an impact of COVID on academic institution and the way forward. The next topic is multiple ranking and accreditation and impact on quality. The 3rd session is going to be the challenges and way forward for the successful implementation of new education policy. In this particular session, we will be talking about skill development. And I'm very happy to tell you, my dear friends, that AAFT, Asian Academy of Film and Television, now it's a 29-year-old institution, is the first, foremost, and the oldest skill development college in the country. And we are very happy that we have trained around about 20,000 film, television, media, and creative professionals from this industry from 145 countries of the world. And the best part is that each and everyone who's been passed out from this institution is been actually doing very well in the industry in their chosen field. Yes, government must have thought much later, but the think tank at AAFT thought this 29 years back. It's very important to have a skill development as a part and parcel of our regular undergraduate and postgraduate courses, because that's going to get them work. That's what they're going to sustain. And that's what is going to give them some kind of a money from the different industries. And I'm very happy that we could think that way. When I was discussing this with the board, and especially with Ravish Roshan, he realized that yes, skill development is to be talked in the inaugural session. And I'm very happy that some of the experts right here to talk about the involvement of skill development in our day-to-day affairs, in our regular education system. And I think that will bring a lot of new blood into this webinar. With all these words, I once again welcome you here and request Ravish Roshan to please proceed further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, sir, National President, Cegr and Chancellor AFT University for the amazing welcome address. Now I request Mr. Cegr 9Th, immediate past President, Cegr and mentor Cegr and Chancellor Soviet University to present the opening remarks. Over to you, Cegr 9th, sir.
Thank you very much, Ravish, and good morning, everybody. And बहुत बहुत नमस्कार प्रोफेसर के अग्रवाल जी को, जो हमारे मेंटोर भी हैं और सीजीआर की बैकबोन भी हैं और एक अम्ब्रेला शैडो भी है हमारे सबके लिए. So thank you very much everybody for joining us today. It is indeed a pleasure to have you all with us on this 9th Higher Education Summit. CEGR, as the President said, is committed to create knowledge, to integrate knowledge, and to disseminate knowledge. In the light of new education policy and many changes which has come in last 1.5 years, we have seen the complete perspective of education has changed in our country. Honorable Prime Minister recently, when he was talking about digital university. New education policy, when it came, it was talking about not only gross enrollment ratio has to be increased, but many other factors. It was talking accreditation, it was talking about. But in between, we got Covid, a pandemic, which was a silver line for many of the educational institutions and a curse for many of us indeed. I'm happy that today, in this 9th Higher Education Summit, we will be discussing all these issues. In technical sessions, like we will write from skills to impact of Covid, to multiple ranking and accreditation, which is a very, very important issue. And I will request Professor K. Agarwal ji in his address in an inaugural session itself to touch upon this, that do we really need multiple accreditations? Because many times I was talking to Ravish and some other colleagues, many times we feel that many of our teachers, they are becoming more clerks instead of academicians. Every time they have to write, they have to fill the data, and documentation has so much that instead of doing something very fruitful, very impactful, very productive, they are just worried about that how to improve their AQI, how to do all these things. This is very important indeed. Impact of COVID, we have already discussed in many webinars for these few months and year. But now way forward, we have to see. And way forward because a lot of learning set in there. We all have become digital. We all have learned so many things. It was this disruption has given innovative approach to all of us. So now we have to see that in the light of digital education, online education, digital university, Honorable Prime Minister is talking about, and all other things, how we can move forward with inclusive approach, where we all will be talking together. And implementation of NEP. It is a buzz of the town. Everybody's talking about. Earlier we were talking about what is NEP, we were defining it. Now implementation part is there, and I always love to quote Professor K. Agarwal again when he says that it is a policy document, now it is up to you how to implement, why to look at the government. And that's why CEGR has taken up this issue today also, where we are telling now let us implement it together. Let us see how we can join hands. Because in our higher education summits always, not only we talk about other issues, we talk about one very important issue where we say that academia collaboration is the mantra for the future, where we can strengthen each other and we can do wonders together. For the inaugural session, I'm thankful to Ravish, to your efforts, to you and CEGR, that today you brought the real people with us. I'm not telling that in other sessions they are not, but skill development concepts. I'm sitting today in Ahmedabad, the city of Mahatma Gandhi, and it reminds me of Mahatma Gandhi's complete holistic views, what he talked about education. He always said that education has to have a holistic approach and it is to be focused on craft-centric education for skilling. Because when we talk about Sabdeshi, when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we talk about empowering the rural areas, when we say that we have to have smaller units instead of having big industries, and we have to ensure that everybody get a job or a livelihood, then skills become a very important thing. And thank you everybody from skill councils, different skill councils, for joining us today. We are very eager to listen to you all. We are very eager to come together. We are very eager to see that how we can work together to ensure that in universities, what our students are doing with their degree, they can learn how to apply that for the empowerment of the nation, for the empowerment of the youth and otherwise. It reminds me, I always mention this thing, and I'm afraid I must be repeating it on this platform also, that like Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, there are three: head, heart, and hand. Earlier, our education focus was completely on head. All informations we were having and we were putting it, and we were telling you should have a degree with all these percentage and you will get a job. So total focus was to make good employees. नौकर बनने की तैयारी कराते थे हम सब. अच्छा नौकर कैसे बनोगे, कौन सी बड़ी कंपनी के नौकर बनोगे, सिर्फ. Then with this new education policy, we went back to our history. We started talking about heart also. Our education system, always it was, education meant always how to become a good human being. In our new education policy, we are talking about this also. We are talking about that it is very important. And the third is hand, how to apply that information and knowledge. And here a skill comes with. So I'm really happy that whatever knowledge we are imparting, whatever information is there, what knowledge we are creating, how to apply that knowledge, that skill councils are playing a good role. And I'm sure that if 45,000 higher education institutions, 1,100 plus universities, and the very intensive network of our skill councils, we join hand together. We decide to work together instead of having a format. First you have this thing, then I will come. Second you have this thing, then only. Just we come, we say, okay, let us do hand holding of each other for empowering the nation. The transformation will start. And I am sure that today's summit will give us not only a reason, a way forward, where we will discuss on that. We will find some solutions and we will do something together in the coming area. I can see many of the people, those who have joined us first time from AIS TV, joining and Shweta, so I in Shweta University, of skills. So his, I saw it in some wonderful in his and all. So we are for a wonderful, very much planning team from join and do something.
I think there is some technical issue with Chancellor Vijay, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, you.
So I think there is some technical issue with the Chancellor Vijay, sir. So we are proceeding with another speaker, and now I request Dr. Abhilasa Gaur, CEO Electronics Sector Skill Council, to present her views. Over.
Thank you so much, Ravish. It is a pleasure to be here to share the dais with
Over to you,
all
Dr.
the esteemed.
Abhilasa Gaur, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ravish. It is a pleasure to share the dais with all the esteemed panelists who are here. I think we have a lot of things to learn from them. And as our last speaker also said, that yes, now the importance of is being shifted to skill development, and that is for sure, because that is the way forward we are also looking forward to. And I'll start by saying that the Wilbur Wright said that it is possible to fly without motors, but not without knowledge and skills. So in the rapid world of automation, when we talk, so only those will survive who will have the required skills. In the earlier times, the skills of doing passed on through generations from, let's say, father to son, from mother to daughter, or with very little scope of development. But if I talk about today, the technologies have changed the ground rules for skill development. Only those will survive who will be well trained and will be open to change and adapt also. Despite being the world's youngest country in terms of demographic dividend, now India is still, we have less than 10% of the workforce who are fully skilled compared with other developed countries. Even after India's independence, there was a huge focus on providing education and literacy, but not much was done to enhance the employability quotient and product manpower through skill training and interventions. Skill-based learning and training is an integral component of increasing efficiency and productivity for sound economic development of any economy. In India, yes, we agree it's still at the nascent stage, but yes, we have already started taking steps ahead on this road. However, the demand for skilled manpower is huge, and there is a huge gap we all need to cover together. It is very pertinent to re-engineering the skill ecosystem, and skill-based learning has to start from schools and then goes forward for the colleges. Definitely, it will have various benefits, like it will help in increasing the employability through the series of inputs to equip students with appropriate hands-on skills, which will help them to be job ready. Also, it helps them in raising confidence, improving productivity, and competency also once they'll go and join the workforce. Now, if I talk about, like, I represent Electronic Sector Skill Council of India. So the way, I mean, what do we do and how we are helping the students in the skill development ecosystem? So the main 6 associations in the electronics ecosystem, like Consumer Electronics and Appliance Manufacturing Association, we call it CMA, Electronic Industries Association of India, ELSINA, India Electronic and Semiconductor Association, ISA, India Printed Circuit Association, IPCA, Manufacturers Association of Information Technology, MATE, and Electric Lamp and Component Manufacturers, ELCOMA. They came together around 8 years back, and they said, I mean, if you'll say the complete electronic system design and manufacturing industry, they are the part of these 6 associations. So they came together with NSGC and they said, for our skill development, for our skilled manpower requirements, now Electronic Sector Skill Development Council will be taking the road ahead. So what we do? We speak to the industries, okay, let's say in the coming 3 to 5 years, what kind of requirement you will have and what kind of students you will be requiring. Accordingly, after discussing with them, we understand, we design the occupation map of that particular industry. So we have divided our complete ecosystem of electronics in 9 subsectors. The industries through which we connect are from the semiconductor and components, industrial automation, e-mobility, EVs are the big thing, as you all are aware, then EMS, PCB design and manufacturing, solar and LED, then consumer electronics and RT hardware, communication and broadcasting, and security and surveillance. Through these 9 subsectors, we understand the industry's requirements through them. Accordingly, with the occupation map, we design those courses. Once we design those courses, the content of, we get it NSQF aligned through National Council for Vocational Education and Training, the apex body for NSQF, we get it approved. Before the approval, we take the industry validation also. Yes, the content which the Sector Skill Council has made is as par with the industry level. And in case a student goes through this content, they'll be employing these kind of candidates in their organization. Now, once the NSQC approves this content, it becomes a national document. And as per the NSQF aligned courses, the trainings are being done. In last 8 years, we have certified around 6.5 lakh candidates in various job roles for ESDM sector. Now, as we all are educationists and we are on this platform, so I would like to bring to your notice one thing, that as we know that India's economy and especially our Honorable Prime Minister, the focus is shifting to manufacturing now. Now, the vision of National Policy of Electronics 2019 is to position India as a global hub for electronic system design and manufacturing by encouraging and driving capabilities in the country for developing core components and creating an enabling environment for the industry to compete globally. And for this, various other schemes have been launched, like production linked incentive, we call it PLI scheme, which is for the large scale electronic manufacturing, which is to mean to provide the incentive to the producers so that this is, you can say, a one step ahead for Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we want that a Make in India should be promoted. And in the same forum, we have electronic components, which are the basic building blocks for the electronic industry, and it entails the maximum value addition. Therefore, a vibrant electronic component manufacturing ecosystem definitely will play a vital role for the overall long-term and sustainable growth of the electronic manufacturing in India. And another scheme is the scheme for promotion of manufacturing of electronic components and semiconductor. That is called SPECS, and which was launched in April 2020. This scheme will provide financial incentives of around 25% on capital expenditures on the identified list of electronic goods like electronic components, semiconductor, display fabrication units, ATMP units, specialized sub-assembly, and capital goods for manufacture of aforesaid goods. Same way, as you all are aware, on 31st of December last year, Indian Semiconductor Mission, which is a specialized and independent business division under the Digital India Corporation, has been announced, which aims to build a vibrant semiconductor and display ecosystem. And we are very, very hopeful that we'll get our first fab in India very soon, the way things are moving. So what I want to tell you by all this information is that we are forecasting a lot of job requirements in the term of electronic system design and manufacturing industries. And definitely we all have to work together so that we'll be able to provide the skilled manpower by the time these industries will start functioning here. Today I'm in Bangalore, and in last 3 days I have met around 12 to 15 companies who are into PCB design and manufacturing, into defense electronics, into medical electronics. And everybody said the one thing, that we need talented people, we need skilled labor, and if you can help us out. And here I think it was a very good timing also to come and speak to all of you, to tell you that you are the one who are giving them an education niche, and we are the one who are giving them a skill development niche. And if we work together, definitely we'll be able to provide the skilled quality manpower to all the industries. And the same way, if I tell you, like, as I said, the medical electronics may be a blessing in disguise after the pandemic. The demand for medical electronics has increased. And next week, Saturday, we are already, with a team of 30 doctors who are the technocrats also, we'll be meeting the governor of Karnataka today, and we'll be launching our first batch on next Saturday under medical electronics technicians also. Same way, as we are aware, in the last budget by Madam Nirmala Sitharaman also, Drone Shakti project has been launched. And already with the ministry, Ministry of Aviation, Ministry of Skill Development, and Ministry of Electronics and IT, already last week the discussion has been done that a lot of flying schools, almost 1,200 flying schools for drone, which will be launching very soon in India. Same way, the vision of Prime Minister is that the way we have our laptops and mobiles in our hands, same way, maybe after a few years, everybody will be having a drone. And drone capabilities, if we talk about, it is in agriculture, it is in logistics, it is in tourism. So we have already made a course of drone service technician, and which has already been approved by NCVET also. Same way, EV is there. So same way, one component, major part goes to Automobile Sector Skill Council, and the battery part comes to the Electronic Sector Skill Council. So I would like to request all the people who are there that definitely, in all the your UG or PG courses, even AICT has already announced the Karma scheme, in which they have allowed that for one semester where the students were going for internship, if they want, they can go for a NSQF aligned course, and the credit will be given to that candidate. So maybe a BTech electrical or electronic student, if he wants to go for a mechatronics, if he want to go for a mobile robotics, if he wants to go for a drone or a EV program, I think it will add an advantage to him once he'll be pass out his BTech. With even Delhi Skill University also, we are in talks with coming up with a course for BSc Electronics, where they'll be taking few of our modules and will be adding in their traditional BSc course. Then we have BSc where they're adding few courses in solar and renewable also. So once a traditional BSc students, once he'll be passing out, he'll be having some kind of a specialized knowledge, and definitely it will give him a niche that once he'll be going for the employment opportunities also. Then and definitely for Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to make Skill India as capital of the world. So I can only say that in today's scenario, there are ample opportunities that one can choose and excel in. However, still we are, going for the typical traditional academic streams like engineering, medicine, accounts, MBA, etc. Why not to add some kind of specialized skill once with these traditional courses? And awareness about skill-based solution-centric learning will definitely bring a positive shift in making students aware of the actual job scenarios through real work in the industry. And if they don't learn early on about how their formal education is going to help them to get their dream jobs or the career what they're aspiring for, so they will never get an opportunity to realize in dreams. So it is in our hands how we take these things forward. And of course, skills are dynamic. People need to learn, unlearn, and relearn in order to upgrade as technology changes and transformations at the workplace are happening at a very, very faster level. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Avilasa Gaur, ma'am, CEO of Electronic Sector Skill Council, for highlighting various initiatives of the Electronic Sector Skill Council and integrating skills with the education. Now I request Dr. Arvind Agrawal, Chairman, Arya Group of Colleges, to present his view. Over to you, Dr. Arvind Agrawal, sir.
Thank you, Ravish Roshanji, for inviting me. Thank you, CEGR, and thank you all the dignitaries for coming to the one platform and listening and exchanging the views together. Madam has described wonderfully good about the skill sector and what the skill sector is doing and why we require the skill. And but we have a different view. We come from private institutions, self-financing private institutions. Madam, you have to believe us that in 2011, under CII, we went skill upliftment to the London, and there UGC chairman declared that we need 250 million skilled workers by 2020. So I was the only person in auditorium and stood up and I told that, you know, what is this 250 million means? It means the population of whole America to be skilled in the 10 years, and where we have the infrastructure, where we have the competency of faculty members or the instruments or anything. So skilling has been a very big word and used, abused, misused word for the last 10 years. And in effect, we have utter failure is there. We are not able to skill it. In 2011, also, I visited China to bring the surface mounting technology, SMT. That time I came to know that even China doesn't have SMT machines. They bring from the Taiwan to make all the electronic PCB and all that. I am a center of RTU. I started the concept with Rajasthan Technical University to give Center of Excellence. And I am a center of PCB manufacturing and SMT. I got automated PCB manufacturing facilities since 2017. And I can make any kind of PCB. In 2017, we were able to mount the smallest component of the electronic is 0.01, and that is diode, and we were able to do it from 0.02. And we are making the quad PCBs and all kind of PCBs. But due to the Corona, CapEx was not there. People do not want to buy. And we were making at least 10 robots in a month. And if you will find, Jaipur is the only city which has the maximum restaurant robots in India. And we have supplied to at least 10 restaurants, and Kerala also, to Rajasthan Technical University, we have set up the robotic lab. To the NIMS University, we have given the robotic lab in a comprehensive ecosystem. If anybody wants to visit the system, what is called ecosystem for robotic labs and SMT and fabrication of the, we can mount, madam, for your knowledge, 81 type of in a no-touch technique and with a wave technology shouldering. We have mastered this technology in 2017. But to your surprise, we have not single operator we can find in the market. We have trained our students to do everything, and they design, and they make fully automated PCB with no touch technique. And PCB manufacturing for the quad is a simplest of the work for us. And to manufacture PCB for robots, interactive, machine learning, voice command, artificial intelligence, face recognition, we have given this one robot to the cybersecurity Delhi police. And we have designed that robot has not been on the Google lens. You will find with us only. So we are doing what we can do it, and we are taking the skill set to the next level. I don't think people are looking for skill upgrading. It is a mission, but with a lot of miseries are there, and it is not coming to the ground level. At least to the institutional level, it is not coming. Maybe industries are getting it. Semiconductor manufacturing is nil in India. Hence, we are not getting the raw material. China import is close. DC motors we are not getting. This is to bring the difficulty so that it was a startup. And we have been doing, as such, we are doing wonderfully good, but we are facing a lot of issues with the components, how to fetch the components, how to secure the components and the quality of components, because it is a heavily sale and service. And in the process, we are making the students learn everything: automation, robotics, and PCB manufacturing, and bare PCB. What is bare PCB? Fully mounted PCB. And we can do a lot of things, but till today we have not taken 1 rupee from the government. And there is, whenever we have applied from the government, we got rejection. I don't know how to apply, when to apply, where to apply. For the last 20 years, we are running 4 engineering colleges, and every year we are producing 4,000 engineers, and they are quite successful and doing wonderfully good. We are NBA accredited, NAC accredited, and here accreditation is becoming a little bit issues. And because I believe that multiple accreditations, NRIF, NBA, NAC. For autonomy, if we want, we have to go to NAC. If we want a seat increment or development of the computer science, we have to go to NBA. And for our students are asking, what is a NRF? What is your NRF ranking? Now we have started going for NRF. But if the authorities are here, I will like to tell that these all accreditation is like democracy. Democracy is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And accreditation is becoming a issue. It is by the teachers, of the teachers, and for the teachers. And it is heavily teacher-centric, and it is nothing about student-centric and nothing about institutional. What institution is doing, nobody cares. What students are doing, nobody cares. Theoretically, COs, POs, you fill it. But the real meaning of COPO as a private entrepreneur, I will like to say, is the placement and the passing. If the third party is ready to give the placement, that we have attained the CO and POs. That should be the simple criteria, but the complexity of the system is too high, and we are finding it that at least 20% of our manpower is engaged into filing. Then we have to file for RTU affiliation. Then we have to file into AICT approval. Then RTU, Rajasthan Technical University, has its all qualitative index valuation, which ranks this engineering college by giving the ranking. So at least 6-7 forms, complete forms, have to be given. And during Corona time, when there was a huge disturbance and faculty members has to leave and go to their home towns, then it is very difficult to manage everything. But authorities have no sympathy with us, that when everything is closed and if some bachelor teachers are staying, they went to the hometown. So how to manage all the things, there is no say. And I will like to bring, because this is a wonderful platform and VCs are sitting here, and I will like to tell you that NAC doesn't have a single word of startup, incubation, digitalization, and not a single word. R&D is there, innovation is there, but they have not moved to the startup, and they have not moved to the incubations, how the institutions are doing startup and how the ecosystem has been created, and hackathons, smartthons, and all the AICT activities are not being considered. And still, we have shown the best practices as the placement. They didn't give us the number because they said that the placement is not a best practice. I don't understand what will be the best practice if placement is not the best practice. I don't understand when the startups are not the best practices. When we say startup, we have created 5 startups and we have created 15 entrepreneurs from the student side, and they are employing at least 400, 500 people. They don't understand entrepreneurship. There is no number for entrepreneurships. So how we are going to run our institution in the 21st century and in the 2021, 2022, when the criteria for the NAC remains, because NAC is very important. Everybody is running after NAC because standalone institution, if they want autonomy, autonomy can be achieved through NAC only. And that is a very good policy. But again, the policy is being governed by the BOM. And BOM says that because the board of management of universities have the teachers which they have not exposed to the latest technologies, so they do not propagate any newer technologies. They still love their physics, chemistry, mathematics, and all the irrelevant facts. 35% of the syllabus is irrelevant. 35, more than 35 to 50% subject is irrelevant. And I really, my heart bleeds for the students that they are giving money. They are giving money and to study the latest, but we are 50% irrelevancy is there in their course. And I find particularly because
Arvind sir, please conclude in 2 minutes, sir.
1 second, how to make them help. So we want that there should be a quick decisions, smart decisions, and decisions should pour to the institutions, and skill centers should be approach the institutions so that they can give us support system. And if they talk to industry want ready-made engineers. Ready-made engineers are not able to be produced because industry works on 100% cutting technology, and we are teaching them 65% technology. So there is a gap. So this gap is to be filled by skilling, and skilling has to come to the institutions. Then only we can do good for the students and good for the country and good for the manufacturing sector. So this is my inputs, and I will love to share the inputs to everybody. please take it seriously if we have to move the country forward in manufacturing. So thank you, Roshanji, giving me opportunity to speak my heart out. So thank you once again. Thank you to everybody listening me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind Agrawal, Chairman, Arya Group of Colleges. Indeed, very few institute in India is producing robot and supplying to the industry. And Arya Group of Colleges, under the leadership of Arvind Agrawal, is doing that. His college, since I know from 2017 or 2016, I'm not sure about the exact year, but they are providing a lot of robots to the various industries and various institutions all over India. So congratulations for that, sir. And now I request Ms. Mona Gupta, CEO, Domestic Worker Sector Skill Council, to present her views. And we have also Colonel B. Banker, Director, AICT, on the screen. He is in charge for the faculty development cell. So we welcome you, sir, also. And then we have another Dr. Anupam Chokse, who recently joined and then he left due to some technical issue. He is the Pro-Chancellor of LNCT University and National Vice President to Cegr. We welcome you, sir, also. And now I request Ms. Mona Gupta, CEO, Domestic Worker Sector Skill Council, to present her views, and request you to present your views in 10 minutes approximately. So that, because we are going late, and then we will have the KK Agrawal, sir.
Unmute kar lijiye, ma'am.
Ma'am, you are on the mute mode.
Sorry. So good morning to the august gathering, the young, aspiring experts, veterans, and industry doyens. It's a pleasure to be here today. And at this point, when we are at a very interesting cusp in our education system, what are we looking at with this new education policy and bringing together skills and education is a flexible, holistic, practical, employable, and global approach. These are the, you could say, 5 or 6 terms that came to my mind when I was studying the policy. Given my background with policy making with the government and my stints with the industry, it comes very naturally to me to actually begin with a macro perspective of what we are talking about today. Now, I would like to just bifurcate in my understanding of the whole policy. Skills and higher education is the overall vertical umbrella which contains 4 parts. It contains employability, which includes problem solving, teamwork, self-management, critical thinking, and communication. 2, core skills like numeracy, literacy, IT, and domain knowledge. 3, vocational skills, occupation, skills pertaining to that particular industry, experimental and hands-on exploration, which actually includes the NAPs, the on-the-job trainings. Number 4, enterprise, creativity, leadership, financial literacy, commerce, etc. This is what brings us to entrepreneurship, which has also been raised by some of my predecessors. Now, before proceeding to this, and with this background, I'm not going to go into very detail on the role of the sector skill councils that has already been put forward by my predecessor and my colleague from the Electronic Sector Skill Council. But I'm going to jump straight into a very, very important and different sector of India. A different India that many of us may hardly get to see. And this is the majority of India, where 60 to 70% of the students are school dropouts, where people are migrating in terms of, for forced labor, forced jobs, bad wages, no dignity. And who are the majority of these migrants? Women, who migrate out of rural areas and their, landlocked districts in search for livelihoods. Now, the incubation of this sector, this is one of the youngest councils of NSDC. It was incubated by Mr. Rudy, former Honorable Minister, and Mrs. Sushma Swaraj. How did late Mrs. Sushma Swaraj come into this? We were having a discussion along with ILO and some other members, and that time I was a part of the ministry and not as a CEO of the Sector Skill Council. And she mentioned that there is a huge demand for caregivers and household helps, home managers, household supervisors. And how come we are not meeting it? How come we are not catering to it? And that was the time actually ILO came forward and agreed to incubate the council. But the very right perspective which our Prime Minister still has, Atmanirbhar Bharat and Deshi, Swadeshi, 4 incubators and promoters from the social development sector actually got together and incubated this council. This council has received about 6 awards, each year 1 award. We just received an award for being the best council in catering to the micro, small and medium enterprise sector. Now, micro, small and medium enterprise sector is also 70% of India. And if we look at now the DWSSC, let me explain it to you because people often ask me, why have we called it the Domestic Worker Sector Skill Council? This was because ILO was an important part of our discussion, and the focus was beginning to concentrate on the 20 million workforce. It is in fact, ILO estimates this could be somewhere near 50 to 60 million, out of which 11 million could be migrating abroad. And because that focus was starting with the domestic workers, this council has been called the Domestic Workers Sector Skill Council. I'm happy to share with you that in alignment with the new education policy, the council will soon get a new nomenclature where it will be called the Home Management and Caregiver Sector Skill Council. This is to align with the national industries classification 5, 9, and 13. And when we say 5, 9, and 13, this actually includes about 6 to 7 segments. Looking at some of the latest studies world over, you may be surprised or may not be surprised that this is going to be one of the fastest growing sectors going forward. In fact, home health, personal care, pet care trainers, home chauffeurs, elderly caretakers, child care supervisors are some of the largest growing sectors in the future, along with technology, IT, and green jobs. So this is where I thought, let me introduce this sector to you from the perspective of skills and higher education. Now, as on date, we have about 75 industry partners, which also comes as a surprise to many of my colleagues, counterparts in education. We have set up a bridge center with Bosch. Portia, an urban company, are some of our flagship promoters. We do not have big industry associations, but now going forward into higher education, Symbiosis, Tata Institute of Social Sciences are already 2 institutions that have come forward for development of the BVOC program. So this is where it is heading towards. So now it is no longer just the sector where we talked about house help. The ministry has already given its approval on the sector addressing even small industry establishment. If we see the Social Security Code, they have already included the gig economy for Social Security. The e-Shram portal is actually providing them the EPF, the Social Security, etc. So coming to the subsectors, for the sake of the industry, academia, and the students here, the subsectors are caregiving, home management, facility management, elderly and child caregivers, entrepreneurship, cloud kitchen providers, laundry service providers, which are the entrepreneurial role in this sector, tiffin service providers. In our recent meetings with the Maharashtra government, Karnataka government, there's been a strong emphasis on creche supervisors, because the Factory Act actually requires creche supervisors for any industry and any company which has more than 10 to 20 women workforce with small children. And keeping all this in mind, the industry alignment becomes not less, but more evident going forward. We have an occupational map which already shows that it has a strong vertical and horizontal progression. The vertical and horizontal progression grows across the sector. A recent international mapping of our job role has already aligned many of our job roles with the Middle East, Southeast, and even Japan. Yes, this is a long road forward. We need a center of excellence where center of excellence is not just about tools. It is not just about the equipment, but the center of excellence is actually about the outcome. The outcome should be a globally trained person who can actually go across border and work with dignity and good salaries. In fact, we have already trained about 2.5 lakh trainees in India, both on short-term courses, on bridge programs, and recognition of prior learning. And we have a demand aggregation of 2 lakhs. My industry tells me that they have a monthly demand of a particular caretaker to the tune of 300 people per month in Delhi NCR, but they are able to supply only 40. So this is the roadmap. The schools and Samagra Shiksha have already picked up our job roles. Kerala is the first pioneer state that has picked up our job roles in schools. And we are moving very fast with AICT and also with apprenticeship. The sector will be developing on-the-job training programs for apprenticeships as well. Now, apprenticeship is a very aspirational skill path for all students who are doing higher education. Now, seeing and given this background, my only closing points here would be that the sector addresses the school dropouts, which is the focus right now of our minister as well. He says we can address all the educated, but who will address the uneducated and the school dropouts of India? And this is where our sector comes in, because we give a path of transition, a relatively easier transition to the workforce. And now that it has its aspirational touch points also, we feel that it would be a good path moving forward for everybody. Last but not the least, these are life skills which have been unpaid for a long time. And these life skills, as my chairman of NCVT also tells me, that these, your sector job roles are life skills which every student should have. And this is not only employment specific or enterprise specific, but these are life skills. So these should be taken up more and more by college students and school students going forward. Coming to a close, I believe there is also a student fraternity, according to Ravish, who has joined us. My message to them would be that when you work to learn and not to earn. Start by this, and your learning will continue. And now that we have this alignment of the new policy with higher education, you can exit an entry any number of times. And my request to all the universities present here, and I'm very grateful, Roshan, for giving me this opportunity to give that perspective of our sector, how it is aligned with the universities. We will be happy to take up more BVOC courses going forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mona Gupta, CEO, Domestic Workers Sector Skill Council, for highlighting various initiatives of the Sector Skill Council. And indeed, this session is watched by various university and institutions and students of all over India, and few of the institutions have make it live for the students in their auditorium. So large audience have also joined over the social media on the Facebook and YouTube. So I know many students and faculty have benefited from your speech. Now I request Professor K.K. Agrawal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation and mentor to Cegr, a very youngest professor of India, and he is the founding Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, then Chancellor of Lingias University, K.R. Mangalam University, and many more profile. He is the probably youngest professor in India at the age of 27.5 years. He is the strong pillar of Cegr and guiding force behind Cegr. So I request now our mentor to present his view, and we have sufficient time, sir. Believe me, we are late, but we have sufficient time because in the second session, one speaker is not there, and Ramesh sir is also with us. So we have sufficient time. We will manage in the second session. So we look forward to your
Tell me how many minutes?
Approx 20 minutes.
Huh?
Approx 20 minutes.
Okay, fine.
Yes. So we have the sufficient time. Don't worry, sir.
Fine. Once you told me that, fine. Thank you, Ravish, for nice words as always. I think we are so well connected that nice words is a natural thing to follow. I'm always happy to be in the function organized by Ravish for a very simple reason that these days we find very few so committed persons to the cause as Ravish is. You know, during the COVID, we missed one higher education summit. We started from 1st, but 9th could not be held, and 10th was falling on 18th April. And as a young boy, he feels, how can we have 10th after 8th? And we must have 9th in between. And he switches in 9th on a special day today. Now, that's the kind of commitment and dedication which we really find not there in many organizations. And I think this single gesture gave me all the more reason to be with CGR all the time. And I thank Ravish, of course, then Dr. Sandeep Marwaha, National President Kumar Shekhar Vijendraji, just immediate past president. The speakers in this session, Dr. Arvind Agarwal, Dr. Vilasha Gaur, Ms. Mona Gupta, and of course, Sandeep Panchpande, who will be speaking after me. And then most of the eminent speakers in the following 3 sessions today. I, for one, have a strong belief that nothing happens by coincidence. Sometimes we feel it has happened by coincidence, but I feel it doesn't. So when I was looking to the list of participants today, I find there's an automatic focus on skills, on medical education, and on agriculture education. I think it's the first time in the program of CEGR, we have so many people to talk about skills. We have so many people to talk about from the agriculture universities, and we have so many people from medical universities. I don't think it has ever happened before. Now, Ravish might have done it accidentally or incidentally, but I find that the nature of the requirement of the day has reflected into this. Because when we talk about Education 2047, which is the title of this session, Vision 2047, you can't do it without health, without agriculture, without skills. So I thank all the speakers for this. And I also compliment Ravish and of course Sandeep and Kumar Shekhar for planning the session on Vision 2047 in higher education. I don't remember any session in the country which has talked about higher education in 2047. Amrit Mahotsav, we have talked about the whole country, where the whole country, of course, includes education, but specific to education, I think this is the only session which I'm aware of where we are talking about what will be education in 2047. Friends, if this is the title, I started thinking what to say. And very honestly, I don't know what will happen in 2047. Things are moving so fast that nobody can predict what will happen in 2047. So I'm not really talking about what will happen. I'm only talking about what traits are likely to happen. I was addressing the vice chancellors of agriculture universities last week, and I did say, let us not call them agriculture universities. Let's call them universities with a focus on agriculture. You know, I make a difference. Let's not keep everything as standalone. And I think the biggest mistake we have done to skills is that we believe skills is not an integral part of the main universities. In engineering, which is my subject, I know for certain ITIs and polytechnics have been killed in the last 30 years. as if they were not required in the country. I still remember when Dr. Abdul Kalam was asked to head one of the bureaus in AICTE, he did not opt for undergraduate education, he did not opt for postgraduate education, he opted for technician education. Professor Kalam opted to lead the technician education rather than engineers education, because these were the people who knew that skills are an integral part. But what happened, we somehow believe universities are for white collar jobs, are for a highly salaried placements, and therefore every ITI thought they should become a polytechnic, every polytechnic thought they should become a degree college. And I always give an example. In Faridabad, we had one of the best institutions for technology by MCA, which did become a degree college, and we are neither here nor there. So point is, we somehow believed that skill is not our cup of tea in the universities. And I think Dr. Vilasha was saying we should have BSc electronics. I think she may know this country started BSc electronics. I think we ran it for about a decade and then decided we have made a mess of it. Because when we started BSc electronics, we really never decided what will be the outcomes for these graduates. We just replaced chemistry with electronics and said it has become BSc electronics. And we produced students with BSc physics, mathematics, and electronics. Now, skills were not to that level that they could become self-employed. MSc chemistry was ruled out for them because they had not studied chemistry. Some universities, even MSc physics, they did not admit because they said MSc physics, our initial requirement is BSc physics, chemistry, mathematics, and so on and so forth. So unless we have the complete flow chart, and I, for one, do believe that as long as we keep on talking skills and knowledge separately, we will never be able to build that bridge. We will have to integrate knowledge and skills. In the national education policy, we have too much freedom, too much flexibility. If I can give flexibility between science and humanities, between commerce and medical, why can't I give flexibility between skills and knowledge? Why can't a student of BSc have 50% knowledge courses, 50% skill courses, another have 80-20, another have 20-80? What is wrong with this? That way, I think the respectability to skills courses will be much higher. And I have been advocating very strongly, to the best of my loudness of my voice, that skills and knowledge should not be treated separately, because social pressures still do not want an education which is not a formal degree. And we have to live with this reality. I have given suggestions. Why can't I have a BSc with, say, chemistry, pathology, and medical lab testing? Now, a student who knows chemistry better will certainly be a better lab technician. Why can't I do that? Why can't I have BSc physics, electronics repair, and computer science repair? If he knows physics, he'll be a better electronics repairer, because today's electronics is not that. And gradually we have moved away from these things. I still remember when I was a student of electronics engineering, we were taught to fabricate a PCB, all of us. But today, nobody. So we really ran away from skills. And I always say, we always give examples of Nalanda, Takshila. Everybody has learned these names, but I'm not sure how many have read. Takshila, as the largest university, having maximum number of international students in the whole world, had a course on producing snake charmers. That was the kind of skill to the best university in the world. You could run courses which are required, whether they are 3 months or 3 years is immaterial. Takshila had 2 departments, one department of ship building, imagine the size, ship building, another department of rope making. Now imagine rope making scale and ship building scale, but the same university was doing it. We separated out. I think the first step, which I'm very happy about, has been taken by the country, where at least there is one minister for skills and education. We still don't have one ministry, but we have at least one minister as a first step. I think the sooner we kill the titles of this is a knowledge course, this is a skill course, I don't think we'll really achieve too much. Different levels of courses are there, yes, they will remain. Different degree of rigor will be there, yes, it will remain, but they should not be segregated into a separate basket of degrees. Everybody should learn skills. I perfectly agree with Ms. Mona Gupta when she says that domestic worker or home management or something, why shouldn't everybody learn to some extent at least? I mean, everybody need not have 20 courses, but why not one course? And national education policy, if it allows you to study cricket course instead of mechanical engineering, it allows you to take a course in music instead of civil engineering, why can't it allow you to have a course on home management instead of mechanical engineering? So I think when we go to 2047, which is too far away, considering the speed of changes which are happening in education and elsewhere, as I've been mentioning earlier also, I don't think history has ever seen the rate of change higher than the present. I'm a student of computer science, but if somebody compared computer science with the aircraft industry, aircraft industry has also improved a lot, but then he comes out with a research paper giving a nice comparison. If aircraft industry would have kept a pace of the computer industry, we should have flown 50,000 in one plane from Delhi to New York at a cost of $1 each. That should have been the rate of improvement. Why I'm trying to say this is the change which has happened has believed. I mean, we never knew that you will never, almost never pay for a mobile phone. Tell me the online education or online programs which you are doing, if the data cost would have been same which was there 20 years ago, could we even afford it? We could not. So skill and education, the sooner we kill the difference between the two, difference will remain in the sense, but a student, if he wants to have a BA degree, BSc degree, BTech degree, I know of several students of BTech computer science who would be much better if they're given a course on routers, if they're given a course on, but they will never be given a course on routers. They will be given a course on compilers, all of them. Some of them may like a course on compilers, but others may like a course on routers. Why not? What is wrong with this? I definitely remember there is a university in the country which is one of the best universities now in terms of ranking and all that. But I was the chairman of the committee which approved that university. And like many universities, they have the school also. And when I went for visiting the university management told, sir, our students are very great. I said, why? So they have, sir, networked the complete school of ours themselves without having any external IT firm. I said, very good, great. But I just smiled. So, sir, what happened? I said, you're a university, but you will still not give them a grade in network course. You will ask them to study Tannenbaum and appear in the theory paper on network, and then only they will get a grade on network course. The very fact that they have networked the complete school does not entitle them for a grade in the course on networks. Now, unless we kill these habits of ours, unless we ensure that the practical work can substitute for theoretical work and vice versa, we will not be able to really bring the skills, the kind of respect it needs. 2047, gentlemen, is too far off, but I think we will have to slice it. We start talking about 2027, 2032, and so on and so forth, and see what happens. But I believe changes will have to be more on the aptitude and attitude and our entire style of working. National education policy has given us some enablers. For example, now the combination of subjects can be chosen in a much greater way. Let's make use of it. That can only be done if You collaborate between various institutions. No university will be able to offer all the variety to a student of what he or she likes. And the central point is you have to deliver what the student wants. I think if I were to talk about 2047, my single line will be student will design the scheme of studies and you will have to follow it. You will design the scheme of studies and the student will have to pass it, will have to go. And that mindset, I'm very sure, will have to be delivered. If we can't deliver it, we'll not be able to exist. And for our existence, we'll have to do that. I sincerely believe in 2047, we are not talking the same thing which we are talking today. If we do that, that will be a disaster. When I was Vice Chancellor of IP University, I was asked to address the young Vice Chancellors on industry institute interaction. And somehow I found from my notes, there was a lecture on industry institute interaction which I had delivered 20 years before that date. And when I dug out those pieces of papers, that lecture was totally relevant after 20 years also. Now, if that remains in 2047, if we talk about those things, flexibility should be there, skills and knowledge should be integrating, then we are on a wrong path. We must have done all these things by then and much before. And I also want to make one or two more points. One is, let's not take education on a seesaw route. We either stay on this end of the spectrum or this end of the spectrum. Everybody must have skill courses, and now we'll say, learn 20 skill courses out of 40, this is a mandate. Then we'll be killing skills and knowledge both. We will have to leave it to the freedom and flexibility and desire and planning of the student who wants what and go in that direction. And philosophically, I believe we should replace the term or from our discourses to term and. Let's not talk about school education is important or university education is important. School education and university is important. Let's not talk about whether knowledge is important or skills is important. Let's talk about knowledge and skills is important. Let's not talk about whether science is important or arts is important. Let's talk about science and arts is important. So I believe, let's not talk about whether online education is good or offline education is good. Let's talk about online and offline. Both will be needed. So I have very strong feeling on this, that all of us connected with academics directly or indirectly, this country has a lot to do for so many students. And I think all of us have to put all our pedagogies together to ensure that we are able to do that. So I have been saying we will have to learn that quantity and quality can coexist. See, this philosophy will not work for us, that let's create 20 IITs and 20 AIMS and we are done. It will not serve us. And it will also not serve us, then we take care of, I'm sorry, but I think Mona Gupta talked about school dropouts. I think more important is why the school dropout happens. Why can't I take the corrective action before he drops out from the school? Why can't I start giving him or her the courses which he wants to do after dropping out? I think that's more important. Many students run away from engineering because they are given compiler design. Country will do a compiler design once in 10 years. Let him learn the courses of his choice. So I think our emphasis should not be to take care of the dropouts. Our emphasis should be why there should be a dropout. Reasons for that. I was invited as an expert in the UNESCO projects selection about maybe 7-8 years ago. It was on SC/ST atrocities and how do we help them to get compensation and all that. And after I listened to the 40 project presentation, I called all the 40 investigators. I said, well, some of you will be sanctioned projects, but all of you have talked about that how will we get compensation for them? How will we facilitate compensation? Nobody has talked about how to reduce the atrocities. I mean, do we subconsciously wish that the atrocities should happen so that my shop keeps running? If that be the mindset, we will not be able to really change. We will have to go to a mindset change that skill is as much respected as knowledge. There is no difference between the two. As a matter of fact, some optimum combination of knowledge and skills for each individual can do much better to him, her, and the country. For example, I've given a suggestion. Why can't have a traffic constable BA who wants to be a traffic constable, BA with psychology as a subject, as an essential subject? At least he will understand crowd psychology. Why not? Why can't have a sort of a tourist guide who studies geography and history as main subjects? He will be a much better tourist guide than the types of guide we have today. So the point is knowledge and skills, let's not differentiate. Let's not give too much emphasis on different kinds of subjects and all that. We combine, and finally, I think 2047, unless you produce graduates which use right half and left half brain together, if we continue to produce graduates which use either left half are very good in mathematics or right half and can do drawing and painting very well, half use of brain will lead us to an underdeveloped country and will keep us underdeveloped country. We will have to produce graduates who learn to use the full brain. God has given full brain for what? Not using half of it? That's, I think, a country which respects and worships God. I think it's a very great, I will say, disrespect to the God that we teach all our students to use only half the brain. I mean, are we trying to undermine the God? He didn't know that he's giving us two halves for what? So our education system completely will have to ensure that both the halves are used by everybody. To what extent, to what ratio, that the system will adapt ourselves. So when I look at 2047, I say education will be much better, wholly inclusive, and people orientation will never go away. Artificial intelligence will never be able to replace human beings as long as human beings also keep on evolving. See, the problem is, I read a beautiful paper which says problem is not that the computers are becoming more intelligent. Problem is human beings are becoming more algorithmic. We are given, do this at 8 o'clock, do this at 8:30, do this at 9. That's not the way the human mind was supposed to work. We should be situational dependent. We should be able to appreciate the situation and do accordingly. So in the interest of ourselves and our students and our education system, and making sure that the technology does not beat us, we will have to be over smarting the technology all the time. Let's have robots, let's have drones, let's have a blockchain, let's have 3D printing, let's have augmented reality, let's have virtual reality, but let us learn how to make the best use of it. We have still not used IoT for agriculture to the extent it's required. We have still not used AI for health sciences to the extent it's required. So we have to do all that. So I believe it will happen much earlier than 2047, and it should happen much earlier. But I, at the moment, can't see beyond that. So maybe if we are able to meet after 5 years, 7 years, maybe we can now talk something else. Well, once again, I thank Sandeep Mahwa and President and immediate past President Kumar Shekhar, and of course our dynamic Secretary General Ravish Roshan, that we have at least started talking about the future. I will always say Mount Everest is one, road is via Tibet, road is via India, road is via Nepal, knowledge is one. Whether we go through medical, whether we go through agriculture, whether we go through media, whether we go through arts, that is our choice. And let us build as many roads as we can to reach the Mount Everest, so that everybody can choose the road appropriate to him. And let's not create crowds and thereby encouraging coaching centers and all that. Let no road be crowded. Let all roads lead to the same knowledge. I think that's my vision of 2047. And I thank you all for starting this very nice discussion. Thank you very much, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor K.K. Agrawal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation and mentor to CEGR. As I told earlier also that always I get some new takeaway from your speech, and today also we have got many new takeaways from your speech. So always motivating to us with your speech. Now I request Dr. Sandeep Pandey, Chairman, ASM Group of Institute, to present the vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Sandeep.
Thank you very much, Ravish, and a very good afternoon to everyone. And what a wonderful start to the 9th Higher Education Summit. It's such a wonderful mix of people from various different bodies that Ravish has put together. And Dr. Sandeep Marwa, gave an absolute amazing start and set the tone of the session. And so you're so right in saying that when we talk of CEGR, it is also about communication, about giving or disseminating the information, and also while becoming a body which can affect all the stakeholders and to the policymakers also. Mr. Kuvar Shekhar Vijayendra also spoke on the importance of using the flexibility of NEP and also the importance of head, heart, and hand together as all the important skills which are required. Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, ma'am, thank you for you and for Mona Gupta, ma'am, to join us for the first time, and we hope you'll be joining us more and more often. Abhilasha, ma'am, spoke on again the importance of skills and knowledge. She also talked about how much important the demand and the gaps are there, and the need to re-engineer the skills itself and look at it completely right from the school to the PG as a whole, as a system. Dr. Arvind Agarwal also, gave wonderful examples. Congratulations on the wonderful work you're doing on the ecosystem of robotics labs, and also the importance of bringing the startups, incubation, and other things into the accreditation system as such. Mona Gupta, ma'am, you've put on a very important dimension of flexible global approach, and then you have told about all the important skills of maybe the 21st century skills, the SCO skills, the vocational skills, the technical skills, of how they all are important, and to this very important sector, which sometimes we miss out. And I totally agree with you that each and every person should be learning these skills, and it should be taught to everyone. In fact, I have my wife who complains to my son that I wish Harvard and Stanford have taught these life skills to you. So it is very important that we teach life skills to our students, and thank you for bringing those wonderful dimensions into the discussion. Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir, thank you so much for bringing so many aspects during your talk, whether it is that how quality and quantity should coexist, with the importance of skills and knowledge to be put them together. You gave a wonderful analogy that we should not be talking about or, we should be talking about and. So putting skills and knowledge together, putting schooling and higher education together, having online and the offline education in the blended mode together. I think, sir, that itself is a wonderful message. And if we can implement that, we will be able to use the flexibility which is being offered and have the proactive approach to making sure that our students are taught to use both the right and the left brain together. So you mentioned about the lab, and that took me back to my days when I just came out of college. We had an MCA course and we wanted to make a lab. I gathered, sir, 8-10 students of MCA together, and we assembled all the computers, all the networking, all the labs. And the joke during my time, sir, was that and computer engineer cannot assemble a computer. and they don't know how to install the software or the operating system. And yes, and sir, those 8 students who did that, who set up the labs, all got working into big hardware companies. So their fear of computer went off and everything did practically. So yes, it is very, very important that we bring both the skills and knowledge together and focus on the aptitude and aptitude as well. Again, on behalf of CEGR, I would like to thank everyone gracing this occasion and for those who are attending to be a part of this wonderful 9th Higher Education Summit. Thank you very much for joining, and we look forward to all the sessions and to more and more interactions with everyone at CEGR. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. What a wonderful session. What a wonderful presentation. And let me extend my heartiest thanks once again to Professor K.K. Agrawal for chairing the inaugural session, and all the dignitaries for their input and for their valuable time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Pandey sir and Dr. Sandeep Marwa sir. And with the permission of all, we are closing the inaugural session of the first Higher Education Summit. And we will be starting the first technical session. The topic of first technical session is impact of COVID on academic institutions and way forward for the academic institution, because due to the COVID, many academic institutions in India, they are not able to get the sufficient number of admissions, and many issues they faced. So we are discussing and deliberating on these issues and what is the way forward for the academic institutions. And we have a very strong panel having 6 to 7 vice chancellors and other academicians who will be deliberating on this issue. So with the permission of all, we are closing the inaugural session. And now I request Dr. Ramesh Unikrishnan, Advisor Policy and Planning AICT, to present his view. Over to you, Dr. Ramesh Unikrishnan, Advisor AICT.
Yeah, I think, now it's good afternoon. So very good afternoon, Ramesh, Honorable K.K. Agrawal sir, my friend Dr. Sandeep Pandey, Sandeep Marwa sir, Jendra sir, and all the invited dignitaries over there. Good afternoon to you all. Sorry, like today I was on an official trip of AICT, and I was under the impression like this seminar is yesterday. Okay, then recently on getting the Ravi's message only, I realized like, oh my God, because nowadays the things are moving so fast, like which day is 25th, which day is 26th, which day is 24th, no idea. Okay, every day is almost the same and things are going. So that's what, I'm sorry for the delay in joining. And as usual, the most vibrant think tank in our country, CEGR, this time has chosen a wonderful theme, that is Education 2047 and the impact of COVID. And as usual, he has roped in the variety of experts and delegates with their vibrant thoughts and diversity, the best available in the country to deliberate. And every time, each and every workshop or seminar organized by CEGR, we'll be getting something takeaway so that AICT also could add on to our policies and the schemes for the forthcoming years. So this time, I think this session is on the impact of COVID on higher education. And I would say like this, now what we are facing, not what we are all experiencing now through this seminar, this is the biggest impact of COVID. Or else we can't imagine like flying up to Delhi, sitting in an auditorium and hearing to eminent speakers like Agrawal sir was made so easy. So this was the biggest contribution, I would say, that is made by COVID, so that now everything is possible. All the seminar we could listen to top academicians, top industrialists, everything just with a click, either through our mobile or through our laptop. But again, when we think about the effectiveness of all these online seminars or workshops or classes and all, so I don't know how much effective it is. Because AICT was the first body, we could proudly say, like our entire approval mechanisms during the COVID session, we could, in just 2 months homework, we could convert our entire manual process onto an online process. You all might be knowing now our scrutinies, our expert visit committees, our appellate committees, everything is happening online. And things are moving very perfect. It was actually, it was a question mark, like when the COVID was on its peak, 2019 end onwards, when it was on the peak. And as per the Supreme Court guidelines, ICT was also, we also have a binding like we should finish off all our approvals by April 30th. So it was a question mark like how we will complete all these things, because more than about 400 institutions, new institution applications were there, more than 2000 scrutinies were to be conducted, more than 200 to 250 appellate committees used to be conducted, and everywhere restrictions, the roads are closed, airports are closed, so how to happen? And it took about 2 months time for us. We devised a wonderful mechanism, and now there is no need for people to travel anywhere, even the verification of documents, even the physical visits, which earned a bit of bad name to ICT due to very few experts who has some other interest. Everything is now washed out, and people started appreciating like this is too good. So I feel this was a wonderful contribution. Finally, the Chinese virus could do to us, that is converting onto a completely transparent online mode. But sitting in the Policy and Planning Bureau, so we used to get many queries from the institutions, like what they are facing, what they faced during this COVID pandemic, like regarding the main, as far as the managements are concerned. So they are telling like, no, we are not getting the fees properly. Students are not coming to the campus, so the fees is not being paid. And exams are not happening in the right mode. Every time when the university announces the examination, some COVID incidents will come and things are getting postponed and all. And also regarding placements also. See, we have a wonderful figure, like during the last 2 years, this joint campus placements or the jumbo events which used to happen in some big universities, and students from different colleges going there, they're getting their offer letters. This has almost washed out in the last 2 years, and even the placements and all are happening on a virtual platform. But again, regarding people are not getting that feel like the students, this was what we got the feedback from many students, like we are not getting a feel like we are attending a campus recruitment for our job and we got an offer and all. So that feel part is missing, as everything is happening through a laptop or a computer. So whatever be the feel that we used to get. See, sir, when we go to an institution for our graduation or post-graduation, it is that culture that prevailing in the campus that molds us, right? Interaction with the teachers, our campus, our canteen, our library, the computer center, the college day, the arts fest, the sports. See, these are the activities all put together. Maybe in the 4 to 5 years, it adds on to the molding of a student. When everything goes on to a laptop and everything, we are sitting in our home and we are supposed to perform the same way as what we are expected when we are on physical mode. So on the other side also, there are a lot of concerns, like whether how the students are getting molded during this pandemic period. So this is one point I feel like we all academicians who have assembled over here, we should deliberate. Like what about the morale boosting or the capacity building of the students? If anything is going, if everything is going, I think many of the universities even today, the physical classes and all are not started in a 100% full-fledged manner. Exams are as usual getting postponed, results are not so coming. So the students who got offer letters, they could not go and join the company in time because the results are not announced. So these are the things that we need to fine tune as the impact of COVID, which is still happening. I am from Kerala. Even yesterday's count for Kerala's COVID cases is 3,000 plus. So in some states, it is going very bad, but many states, they have come up. So as policymakers, see, our final aim is on the student capacity building, right? Whoever is coming to our institution or whoever is dependent on us, we should ensure like they are groomed from a raw +2 student to a professional, maybe in 4 years' time. So how this entire activity is happening online, or now due to this COVID, now even we are getting even many queries from the faculty members. Like now 40% of the credits are permitted through this MOOCs and SWIME courses. So many teachers are facing like what about my job, whether I'll be in the college payroll in the next year also, because everything is now becoming online. And we are permitting students gaining credits also to online courses. So as we all are, the majority of the people sitting here, we are policy makers and we could contribute something. So one thing we should ensure is that We should ensure who are the faculty members and the teaching, non-teaching staff who are with us. Ensure like nothing happens to them. At least they are continuing just because this COVID, don't take this as an excuse and ensure like they are being left out of their job. But it's challenging for the teachers also when the COVID outspread happened. And initially when all the classes were happening through the online mode, it was hardly to see any senior faculty members handling the classes through online mode. All were little bit junior level faculty members, maybe of the assistant professor or associate professor cadre who were well versed with the use of ICT technologies in handling the classes and all. But now the things have moved. We could see almost all good people well versed with. AICT also has conducted a series of programs where we could train the faculty members on how to use this ICT platforms effectively, so that wherever they sit, the student wherever they sit or the faculty wherever they are, so that connect is being built well. So these are all from my end, and this is what I feel like the impact of COVID onto the higher education. At least almost 100% of the teachers are now well versed with how to use laptop, how to use Zoom, how to use WebEx, how to sit at home and upload my notes. At least in 2 years' time, now almost 100% teachers are well versed with these technologies. Okay, so finally, we all know it's all dependent. But again, on the other side, some teachers used to say these online classes are not at all effective because I am looking at me and speaking. And on the side, we could say like 50 students are available, but are they really available? Or are they just logged in and they went for some other thing? And on a specific time of taking attendance, they'll come back. So that actual impact of the transfer of knowledge that happened or not, that is still a question mark. So now I think it's high time like we all fine tune the system so that even if this online mode is getting continued, the level of knowledge transfer that is expected to happen through an offline mode is much more better way it is transformed in an online mode. I think Ravish, with this, I'll stop for a while and let me hear from the other invited faculty members also. As I'm traveling now towards our Vijnan exhibition, so I'll be just muting my video and I'll be traveling, but surely I'll be listening to all, and whatever queries in the end is there to be asked, I'll be very happy to answer from my end. So thank you so much for giving an opportunity on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Krishnan, Senior President, Senior National Senior President, CGR, and Advisor Policy and Planning, AICT. You are always supporting CGR in various initiatives. So thanks once again, sir. And today we have a very strong panel to discuss on the topic impact of COVID on the academic institutions and way forward for the academic institutions post-COVID. So now we have Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi, Vice Chancellor, Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute. Then we have Dr. Sudha, Vice Chancellor of the Tamil Nadu, Dr. MGR Medical University. Then Professor Y. Siddegowda, Vice Chancellor, Tumkur University. Then we have Dr. Ramesh Chandra Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Central Agriculture University, Bihar. Then we have Dr. T.V. Christie, Vice Chancellor, Christ University. And we have Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder and CEO, Luxury Connect Business School, and associated with CGR since long time and long time friend, Mr. Abhay Gupta, great support to CGR. And now I request Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi, Vice Chancellor, Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute. This is the first time when we are listening to you at the CGR platform, ma'am. So first of all, thanks for accepting our invitation and look forward to your views. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for inviting me for this great event, like having together many of the learned persons and vice chancellors in this meeting where we discuss and moving forward what to do in the near future for higher education. So this impact of COVID-19, and as you know, like I am a doctor by profession, not a and also a doctorate by PhD. And I was the former Vice Chancellor of the Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University. And the Director of Medical Education of State of Tamil Nadu, as well as the Dean of Madras Medical College, Stanley Medical College. So my medical profession, and now after my tenure in the Tamil Nadu Medical University, I've joined here as the Vice Chancellor in the Dr. MGR Education Research Institute, which caters to many of the, a wide variety of graduates, higher education, except for veterinary and veterinary course. All the courses we have in our university. And this, I would like to say, just introduce myself. So at the post-COVID, I would say this COVID, first there was a standstill. Everybody, all the institutions were locked down, and everybody were in a deep sea, in the dark. They didn't know what to do. And after immediately everybody came up to the surface to breathe in the oxygen, so that nothing but to know like how to come into the new normal situation where we can have the classes, how long the students may not be there, and the admissions have to be made. So how to go about it? So there were strategies and plans were made, and this of course had made us to make this education system online, and most of the classes were online except for the medical courses which were offline. And but sometimes it was also an online classes were going on in even the medical profession. And I would say like depending upon the situation, the colleges were opened in between when the number of cases came down. And then again, the second wave came, everything went into a lockdown stage. So, but the institution now thought, the institutions thought that the education has to continue. It cannot break. So many methods and strategies were devised, and instructions from the UGC and other apex bodies rolled down to how to conduct these classes and how to conduct the assessment and examination. So this was the new normal, and also the periodic timetable were given by the for the assessment, because the classes were not. I mean, there was a time bar. The time were barred, so that they didn't attend the classes. So there was extension of time, and the students were a little bit went into what to do. Like there is no examination. When is the examination? So all this was now planned and now given by the apex bodies when to conduct the exam, what type of exam has to be conducted. So knowing all this, now all the institutions have devised their own ways of conducting the classes. Both, as you said, it can be an offline and an online mode. That is a hybrid mode, which has come into practice into all the educational institutions. So that would be a future of us, and still more, I think so, because of the artificial intelligence and the big data, definitely, and the virtual classrooms. Definitely in future, we would have the construction or the infrastructure part of it might be less, and more would be the virtual classroom, and with the big data and the artificial intelligence, each one can have their own skill development with this. But of course, I would say going directly to the industries, might be from medical industry to whatever it is, any other, the hands-on training for development of skill is required. And now I would say, like, since now everything is going on in a smooth way, now the students and the teachers have come to know that taking classes, giving information, teaching the students a pedagogy method, and also making them directly come into contact with the industry has made the students to learn more rather than absenting themselves. But one thing I noticed was the number of admissions in the some of the courses have come down, because I do not know whether it was of economic factor or financial part of it. It has come down, and I would say also the UGC has now gone in for the online mode of education system, which would be now, I think so many of the educational institutions have started this online mode of diploma courses. And further on in next few years, we would also have the degree courses with the online mode, and each one can have their own, if somebody has an interest or at any age, they can get the education through online and with the contact program in different, in a different skill, in different education system, like arts and science, and it can be medicine or a part of medicine, or it can be the law. So everything can be done and can become a certificate. Course can become, as in say the future higher education plan, where we have certificate courses during the first year, second year. So everything can be combined, and each one can have their own interest of studying and getting the credit system. I think so this would be our future in near future, where we can enter into any type of video through online mode and contact program, and virtual classroom would be the future education. And I think so the universities will turn into a virtual university and virtual colleges. I imagine that how would it be as a virtual college and virtual university, where you have a collaboration with the industries and the students goes to learn in these industries. But of course, I would say that the real part of it, I could see the students want to come to the colleges. I do not know why, but in near future, that would also will not happen, because people want to work and study. So that is what the people like. So in future, it would be work and study, and which this COVID, post-COVID, as we have learned from that. But still, I would say that students wants to come to the college, have a mix up with the other peer group, with the situations, and how to come over it as emotionally, and also an overall development is required in person. That is what I would say finally. And with this, I conclude my remarks with the higher education in future. But definitely there is going to be an online university and an online colleges in near future, because the lot of changes are there in education system and also in the industries. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi, Vice Chancellor, Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, for your wonderful views. And we have got many takeaways from your session. Indeed, in the future, there will be a blended learning, and there will be a mix of both technology and physical. So thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the wonderful views. Now I request Professor Y.S. Siddegoda, Vice Chancellor, Tampur University, for your views. And this is the third or fourth time when you are at the CEGR platform. So thank you, sir, for always supporting the CEGR various initiatives and various seminars and conferences. So now I request Professor Y.S. Siddegoda, Vice Chancellor, Tampur University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. At the outset, I would like to appreciate the Center for Education, Growth and Research for organizing this 9th Higher Education Summit on a very relevant topic, and having invited me to throw light on certain aspects pertaining to health. Friends, we all know that pandemic has triggered a significant change, and academia was among the first few sectors that faced a rapid shutdown of all its activities, imposing many challenges in the higher education community. After the global crisis, we have started realizing that the pandemic is here to stay and we need to find solution to move on. This crisis can be looked upon as an opportunity to reconstruct our long-standing educational systems and establish a better and updated practices in academia suitable for the present generation of learners. We must prepare ourselves for the changing world when pandemic blown up. The pandemic is proving to be a constructive disruptor, giving an opportunity for restructuring the present conventional classroom based on educational system. Academia is experiencing a shift where majority of institutions have switched their teaching learning activities to e-learning mode and massive reforms globally amid lockdown in COVID-19 outbreak. The quick transition to online mode assisted in keeping continuity of education program is effectively fitting in the purpose of completion of the academic year. The rapid transition to online education has not only benefited students, but also has created a momentum of continued education as a practice in our country. What are the challenges during this pandemic? India is demographically diverse, as we all know, a large country with the highest student population. As per the guidelines issued by the University Grants Commission, the educational institute must strive to provide quality education, uniformity, equity, and universal accessibility to all the learners. That is what that is clearly envisaged even in our constitution also. It paved the way for innovative use of promotion of technology in ushering educational reforms to create a vibrant knowledge society, as we all know that 21st century is the knowledge society. The access to education through online has unfortunately led to a digital divide among students. Students from privileged backgrounds, supported by their parents and able to learn, could find their way past to alternative learning opportunities. Those from disadvantaged background often remain shut out. This crisis has exposed the many inadequacies and inequities in our education system, from access to the broadband and computers needed for online education and the supportive environment needed to focus on learning, upon to the misalignment between resources as well as the needs. While the educational community have made a concerted effort to maintain learning community during this period, students have led to rely more on their own resources to continue learning that remotely through the internet only. Teachers also had to adapt to new pedagogical concepts and modes of delivery of teaching for which they may not have been trained. In particular, learners in the most marginalized groups who don't have access to digital learning resources or lack the resilience and engagement to learn on their own were at risk of falling behind. This learning loss has led to skill loss, as our Agarwal mentioned so clearly. You can't differentiate that the knowledge and the skill, we should go together like, and the skills people have relate to their productivity, that gross domestic product would be on a lower average actually. Slower growth from the loss of skills in today's students will only be seen in the long term. However, when considered over this term, the impact becomes really very significant. Although higher education institutions were quick to replace face-to-face learners, lectures, with online learning, these closures affected learning and examinations also. Perhaps most importantly, the crisis raises questions about the value offered by the university education, which includes networking and social opportunities as well as the educational content. However, the challenges do not end with the immediate crisis. In particular, spending on education may be compromised in the coming years as public funds are directed to health and social welfare. Long-term public spending on education is at risk despite short-term stimulus packages. Private funding will also become scarce as the economy weakens and unemployment rises. As that the topic that suggests that what is the way forward, how to mitigate with the problem, to remain relevant, it is inevitable. Universities are reinventing their learning environments so that, as just now that madam said, it is going to be a virtual universities in the days to come, like so that digitalization expands and complements student, teachers, and other that their relationships. Several steps can be taken to manage the risk and trade-off, including physical distancing measures, establishing hygiene protocols, revising personnel and attendance policies, and investing in staff training on appropriate measures to cope with the virus. The trend in pedagogy for theoretical content has shifted from that monotonous didactic lecture to interactive online lectures using video conferences tools, for example, that Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and then Zoom, etc. We can quote number of that this thing. 70% of teachers, if you take that the survey, that the below the 35 years of age confirm the contribution of the major ground force for online content development in the success of the quick transformation. However, senior faculties were also at par with millennial that teachers in adoption with e-learning systems. They were forced to adapt the changes. All the faculties reported high that the confidence in the use of technology for that the educational purposes, and yet they must be formally trained for efficient usage of various tools and online pedagogy via faculty development program. That is what that in Karnataka we have been trying to give that the orientation through various methods through HRD department. We all know that ICT, how it is working with the ongoing that the digital revolution in India, smartphones equipped with a 4G internet today, that the connection have reached even in the remote part of the country. Revolution has taken place. At the same time, the development and availability of a wide variety of tools at our figure tips are assuring the feasibility of getting into online mode. Educators that enlisted usage of platforms such as Google Classrooms, Google Meet, MS Teams, YouTube, Zoom meetings, and many more, which are multi-gadget that compatible, that a wise choice of multi-screen supported teaching platforms and strategic use of synchronous and asynchronous teaching techniques done by educators accommodated a spectrum of devices, operating systems, and internet infrastructure benefiting the students, leading to a successful transition of teaching activities to e-learning mode. How to collaborate in this through attitude. The crisis situation is equally the difficult for every one of us. We must able to collaborate for a wide variety of real and virtual resources with us to promote learning in the best possible way. Professional attitude, transparency and clarity in communication are the key to effective collaborations. External stakeholders like industry partners, researchers should also be pulled in the contribute directly to academia to bring in a new knowledge and a fresh perspective. The number of educators reported numerous advantages of e-learning. So we have that the positive enthusiasm about e-learning. It is known all of us during this pandemic period. The e-learning environment, like the ease of conduct, that the convenient techniques, even with limited resources at the hand, that cost-effective ability to adapt to the wide learning styles and choices, the comfort of work from home, and the ability to discharge their duties even in crisis situations, adding to their satisfaction level. These factors kept the motivation of teachers high in adapting to e-education mode. The present generation, if you take, of learners, that the high generation students, they have grown up with technology. That greater use of online learning activities facilitates greater that engagement of the learner, the ability to learn and revise at one's own place, being independent of place and time leads to better educational prospects. The forced transition to online mode is in fact a surge go for high generation learners. The students are more concerned about their education and completion of training on time. In this situation of uncertainty, students are welcoming every single act which will ensure continuity of their academic activities. They are actively involved in not merely attending the online sessions but are also actively searching and bringing the relevant online content to the session. So the contribution from the external stakeholders, the social media especially in India, saw a sudden surge of input from nationwide associations and industries in the form of webinars, live streaming of panel discussions, which what we are having which stimulated not only practitioners and faculties, but also students attend more and more webinars and other online educational activities. This created a positive momentum of transition from a traditional education system to a competency-based e-learning system. Many institutions equipped with better infrastructure that are contributing to the development of educational modules covering various specialties of optometry practices. Friends, to conclude, the development of dedicated online modules specific to defined area of competency, along with the detailed planning of blended learning activities, is required. That is what other speakers also emphasized. We must move ahead from just taking online lectures to the development of more engaging and novel teaching learning methods based on principles of learning. We must utilize this once in a lifetime opportunity where massive sudden transition are taking place in all sectors of life. This accelerated change, if continued in the direction of upcoming trends of teaching practice, will fetch a positive reward in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Y. Siddegoda, Vice Chancellor, Tampur University, for the wonderful views. And now I request Dr. Ramesh Chandra Srivastav, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Central Agricultural University, Bihar, a learned academician, a very eminent scientist. We request you, sir, and this is the second or third time when you are joining the CEGR conference. So welcome to you, sir, and over to you, sir. Sir, you are on the mute mode, sir. Sir, you are on the mute mode, sir. Please unmute yourself, sir. Sir, your system is on the mute mode. Sir, you are not audible, sir. Sir, please take the help of technical team. Your voice is not coming, sir.
ऑफ ऑन करें
सर आपका वॉइस नहीं आ रहा सर. No sir, you are not audible, sir. Yes sir, it seems.
अब आ गया?
हाँ अब आ गया sir.
Okay.
Yes sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk how this pandemic has affected us all. Really, 2 years in total with 3 waves. We have passed through a very, very trying time where I still remember it was 14th of March 2020. I was addressing students of one of my campus and telling them that how much they should take care of the social distancing and all that, so that, and they should be careful, not go out. I came out of that meeting and I was told by my one colleague that Chief Secretary had just announced that the things are going bad and we have to be very careful. Somehow I had a personal relation with the Chief Secretary. I just called him on his mobile and asked him, Sir, kya hostel khali kara lein? He said, it will be better. Immediately I took a decision, standing on a road, nahi, hostel khali karate hain, pehle bachchon ko ghar bhejte hain. If something goes wrong, the children will be their troubles. And from that day onward, immediately using all our resources, we got the hostels vacated. After a few days only, there was a lockdown. And I was very happy that before that, I had sent my students home. I had sent all those colleagues who were coming from the outside and were staying alone, that also they had gone home. So when the lockdown came, at least my campus was safe and we could save in the both waves, especially the second wave also, we took the measures and we could save all the students and the faculty member. With grace of God, not even a single case of going up to the ICU. So we could say that is one of I still say that is one of my biggest achievement of the life, that I could save so many lives together. But the question came how to go for the academics. That was a real challenge. Somehow we managed with the whatever little resources we had, Google Meet, Google, all that resources which were available in the market, not spending much, and we could complete the session in time, both sessions in time. Now the challenge is how to again come back. What I am finding, a good number of the students are unwilling to come to offline mode. There is one university in Bihar which deals with the technical education. The students are not ready to give the exam and they are telling you just promote us. They are not able to visualize what damage that sort of the degree, that sort of the promotion is going to do the in the long run of the life. So the very first thing, what I think the challenge to us all academicians is to convince our students to come back to the offline mode as much as possible, because nothing can replace the offline education when you have got a direct contact with your teacher, when you can work in the laboratory, when you can work in the field. Being an agricultural educationist, I know what is the importance to see the crop growing in the field, to see how the crops are harvested, how the things are processed. At least that knowledge is very essential. So the very first challenge with all of us, because the students have got used to some comfort level, sitting in their houses, sitting with their families, and then studying, some ease in the appearing the exam, that has to be brought them to very strictly, I will say, you have to hammer them that no, that was an aberration. This is the life, and this is the life where we have to live, and we have to learn the things in life in the hard way, which everybody in the life learns. If we have not learned anything in the hard way, it will always be a problem in one stage or another stage of the life. Second thing, we have to, after the pandemic, when the things are returning back to normal, we don't know, let us pray God that it is the last, and now another wave comes up back. What the student lost in practical, I'm not telling the very hardcore humanity where you don't need to practical, but I think even in the humanity also you need, especially in the language, you need the phonetic courses, you need something to read, how those things are. Students which have lost their practical, if possible, even by changing the last curriculum of the last semesters, they should be put up in the more practical courses than what they have missed during the last semester. What I will suggest, that they should be, instead of those if there are the classes left, if there are some subjects left, let them study on their own, but the class time should be utilized for conducting the practicals, which they couldn't during this pandemic time. That's important, because once they don't learn how to do the practical, how to learn the problem in a practical way, he cannot learn how to make a machine by sitting and seeing on the TV, whether it is be in the monitor, whether be it a 3D or the 2D. So that we have to see that the students pick up those threads before they are again go out of the colleges and don't learn that basic practical things. An engineer has to learn how the furnace works. An engineer has to work how the circuits work. He cannot just do it by sitting in the classroom and seeing on the monitor. It has to be done by the hand. Till you don't do it by hand, you will not learn. And if you don't learn, your employability will reduce significantly, because no manufacturer will like an employee who doesn't know anything about the floor, where the machines are being operated, how the machines are going to run. He has to see. Why a manufacturer or industrialist or any company should invest in you to make you learn how the machines run. So there are the pitfalls of this digitization. Whatever we do, we have to learn. That's one. Another, sorry, I may be out of the normal route, but that has been part of my life. I have always been out of a bit different from the things which run. Digitization cannot be replacement of every damn thing. It cannot replace our classrooms. We are talking about a digital university, well and good, nothing better than how to reach to the unreached, how to reach to the people in the remote areas of the country, But at the same time, digitization or a remote reach cannot be replacement of everything what we teach in our classrooms, what we teach in our laboratories, what we teach in our field. A person, an engineer, being an engineer, I can say an engineer can't learn the survey by just sitting in the lab or sitting in front of a monitor, how you run the total survey machine. He has to do it by hand. So when we plan the things in a digital university, when we are talking, when you are devising, please, for God's sake, in my opinion, see that no, he gets some practical experience. Otherwise, we will have engineers. There were many memes during this pandemic time where someone has been taught how to design a balcony, and he has designed a balcony without even giving a door in that. So there is a balcony in the house, but there is no door to reach through the balcony. So that's sort of the things, that's what totally a joke. But these jokes should not become reality. If we don't teach them practical, if they are not doing anything by their own hand, they will not be able to learn whatever we teach in the digital form. That's why maybe I may be orthodox, maybe an aged fellow who is not able to be in the tandem with the technology today, but still, let's have something old also. There was on that day we were talking something in our UP. We used to say there should be a few old people in the barat when the bridegroom goes to for marriage, who will take care of anything happening extraordinary. So like that, maybe this old man is needed to say that no, we need something practical also there. 3D practicals, but now digital university, digital teaching is a reality, and we have to work up with that. When we are talking about, we have our softwares have to be 3D also. 3D has to be done to replace few practicals. Already there are working, especially in my veterinary colleges, they have got the 3D dissection material by which they say that, okay, you can dissect a body of an animal. Even in the medical college, they are teaching it that 3D softwares have to be taken care of. There have to be a lot of investment in creating the 3D software where the student can have a feel of those practicals which we may have to do someday, not by just to reach the unreached, to reach the remote areas of the country, give them an exposure to the best talent available in the teaching, so that they are able to learn at the same time. Maybe you can give 1 or 2 month exposure in a real life field, but we have to invest in the 3D softwares for each subject. Another thing which I am worried, I'm basically from a engineering background, you are having an agriculture with agriculture engineering background, and with agriculture which we do in the field only. But for the humanity, some people say, okay, we can teach humanity just through the teaching this your digitized university. But no, there also we have to think that no, when we are teaching humanity, if you are teaching psychology, how you are going to teach him just by giving something on the monitor? We have to show that how the things behave when they are put to some type of the stress. So that has to be, some softwares have to be designed. You have to use artificial intelligence to get that. What sort of the teaching tools we have to design so that we can replace a part of our teaching through those tools, where we need AI, where we need 3D models, so that our students learn for that. At present, we are really at the crossroads where the technology is overwhelming us, and at the same time, we feel that technology cannot replace emotions. Technology cannot replace the bondage which we have with our teachers, which the students feel for the whole life, that teacher taught us like this, only that. So we have to think the software people, I don't know how much they can bring the emotions while teaching. That part is required. So that is the challenge to the software developer. That is the challenge to our future teachers. And that is the challenge to that we have to make a compromise, you can say, or some mixing by which we can mix up the technology, our roots, and reaching to the unreached, making the teaching, making the education universal for the whole people. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Chandra Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Central Agriculture University, Bihar, and for your wonderful views. And we appreciate your consent to the CEGR regularly and motivating us. Thank you, sir, and we look forward to your support in the coming time also, sir. Now,
thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now we have Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder and MD, Luxury Connect Business School with us. So he's a great support to CEGR since long years. Now I request Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder and MD, Luxury Connect Business School, to present his view. Then we will have Dr. T.V. Christie, Vice Chancellor, Christ University, and then we will conclude the session. So over to you, Mr. Abhay Gupta, sir.
Thank you, Ravish. Thank you, Sandeep ji. Thank you, other eminent speakers on the dais today. It's always a pleasure to come and associate with CEGR because I recall the year 2012 when Luxury Connect Business School was created. In fact, 28th of February this month, we complete 10 years, and that's the time when even CEGR was formed. So my association, as Ravish very kindly said, goes back to the initial days. And in the journey of the last decade, I have learned many things by attending such forums, not coming from the academic space, but from the industrial space. I would say from the management space. I have really picked up many tips and have been able to shape up my academic journey, academic institutions by listening to great speakers at the CEGR panel. So coming to the current topic in hand in terms of impact of COVID on the education business, I would say that there are two aspects to the academic world. One is the business aspect and one is the knowledge aspect. So if we try to treat the two separately, then my experience has been that, as my previous learned speaker said, that the first wave of COVID came as a surprise. We were in the middle of our midterm or end-term examinations, I forget now, where the students were panicking, but as institute, we were monitoring the television and the government dictates at on a very, let's say, closed manner. And the minute there was a possibility of a lockdown to be announced, we had already asked our students to move home from their PG accommodations and hostel accommodations. So we were very fortunate that all our students had gone home before the lockdown was announced, and we resorted to proctoring software to carry out the balance examinations. Anyhow, being a younger institute, we were able to adopt the technology and continue our classes in the next terms in a non-broken kind of a manner. However, technology also brought with it certain advantages in the sense that there was a lot of acceptance towards digital learning, which was earlier a roadblock. Roadblock from faculty, roadblock from industry, roadblock from students, roadblock from parents. But this now became Majburi ka naam Mahatma Gandhi, and people accepted this at a very rapid pace. While we continued that particular batch in a normal program on online delivery, we also realized that this could be an opportunity to create a blended learning when the lockdowns were eased between phase 1 and phase 2. So as an institute, we were able to grow and we were able to reach further corners by creating a blended learning where we invite our students on-campus interaction with faculty, peer group learning, peer projects, joint projects, industry visits, etc., once every 3 months. When they appear on campus for 15 days to 21 days, they undergo all these activities besides also giving the final examinations. So the apprehension was by our previous learned speaker in terms of are they really learning or not learning is something which one is able to identify in that 21 days period that we get on a face-to-face vibration building, frequency building, and getting to know the student on a more, let's say, more individual level. So that's a format which we created, fortunately, and we are now inducting our 5th batch on the blended learning. But at the same time, during this phase of the phase 3 of the pandemic, we realized that market feedback came back to a manner that students were tired of studying within the confines of their own wall. So we have now innovated and introduced another third mode of learning where we are creating physical centers in cities where we cannot send our faculty and the students are unwilling to travel. So the fact of the situation as of now is that the parent is unwilling to send a student outside the city of his residence, and the student is uncomfortable studying on his own. He wants to step out for whatever reason. So if we can create an offering where the classroom is physical and students from that location come and appear, participate in the discussions in that particular physical classroom, but the transmission is digital using our main campus in Gurgaon as the center of intellectual property and intellectual delivery. So that's a pilot which we are carrying out, and we are hopeful that this stream will also kick off, thereby giving us 3 business revenue streams and experiences for the students, where there is 100% on-campus experience. There is a part campus and part online learning in physical centers, and there is 100% online learning in a study at home kind of a manner. So I believe that the advantages are more than the disadvantages. If you look at the disadvantages, yes, there is a gap. There could be a gap between what the faculty is trying to say and what the student is absorbing, mainly because a lag on the student's end due to technological disruptions, due to bandwidth issues, due to boredom of being on his own, and maybe switching off his camera, etc., which is very difficult to control despite administrative measures that are being taken on campus. So the fact remains that always will remain a challenge. Is the industry accepting people who have studied on the online mode? Fortunately for us, I mean, since we operate in a very niche space of fashion, luxury, and high value retail, we have not had this challenge because our students are in the demand is bigger than the supply. So whether it's an offline student or online student, the students are getting employment and they are able to choose which particular brand they want to work with post completion of the program. So as of now, we have not really faced that challenge, and we really insist on our students to take the 21 days per quarter trip to campus in a very serious manner, where their shortcomings are sort of thrashed out. So I would say that from a business perspective, the pandemic has acted as a catalyst for us to be able to expand in a faster manner than what we would have done only using physical mode of delivery, primarily because all the lectures in our campus or our program are delivered by industry experts. So that being the biggest challenge or handicap in terms of delivering the content, we were not able to multiply our centers at a faster pace, and the pandemic has sort of given an ease out of that. Other benefits which I would like to list out to the panel is that what we've been able to create besides hybrid and blended learning and physical campuses has also been the fact that we are now able to expose our students to more global best practices by simply employing or asking global industry experts to address our students. So our format has always been that the student who enrolls at Luxury Connect Business School has the potential possibility of studying 70% of his academic time with us and 30% of the academic time traveling to our partner universities in Europe. But now, due to the pandemic, since travel has come to a standstill, all our students, whether they enroll for the India module or the international module, they get an equal exposure to international campuses and international exposures using the digital medium. Likewise, if I was teaching in 1 or 2 universities internationally, today I'm teaching at 15 different universities during the same program. So I believe that with respect to knowledge, there is an increased exchange of thoughts, exchange of ideas. And the third benefit, which I definitely want to list here, is that the kind of webinar which CGR is holding is very specific to academics. But if the same kind of webinar specific to the industry is being conducted regularly by an institute like ours, which is taking the lead in terms of the current developments with respect to technological disruption of businesses, we are able to bring in experts from all over the world by monitoring the timelines and bringing in a comfortable time where global speakers are able to address our students as well as the industry in India. So I would say that those are definitely certain advantages of the pandemic. We definitely need to sort of try to create a situation where the learning is maximized. Obviously, The challenge in education remains that we as academicians are growing old every single day, and our customer, which means the student, is getting younger every passing day. So the fact remains that the gap between us and the consumer or the student is expanding. Hence, focus on trying to understand consumer behavior, if I use the marketing language, or student behavior needs to be the focus from every academic institution, because the student attention span moving down from 10 seconds to 7 seconds to 3 seconds currently is what is really the area of concern. So can we develop bite-sized learning? Can we have more interactive engagement? Can we have more research-based, feedback-based assignments? So instead of feedback, can we have feed-forward mechanism that can be used to develop the learning or provocate their thought processes? So those are certain areas of introspection which we have carried out in a small boutique institute like LCBS, which I would like to share with the panel here. And I definitely feel that the pandemic that way, with respect to democratization of learning, has been a great asset and a great movement which can actually help and make knowledge be spread out at a very, very fast manner. So with this small note of my learning of the pandemic, I would like to pass on the baton back to the next speaker under the leadership of Ravish Roshan. And I will thank Ravish once again for giving me the opportunity. I wish everyone a good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder and MD, Luxury Connect Business School, for the wonderful views. Now I request Dr. T.V. Christie, Vice Chancellor, Christ University, and very good support to CEGR, National Council member of CEGR, to present your views. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ravish Ji, for the great coordination that you have put in place. I wish to just point out a quote from what our CEGR National President said in the beginning. Those who did not attend the first session, he said CEGR stands for C for communication and commitment, and E for engineering, and then engineering new policies. G for growth, I mean, at the grassroots level dealing, and again R for reservoir. CEGR is a reservoir for men and resources, role model. And why I say this, I would like to make COVID an acronym for something. We as educators, as academic leaders, have to tell our students and faculty, COVID stands for cheer up, oh valid Indians, in spite of the disruption. That's COVID for us. Let us keep telling our students and faculty this, because we've got to move forward. I'll be very, very brief in my presentation. See, COVID has affected the academic institutions to a very great extent. You look at the case of science and engineering streams, laboratory training could not be imparted at all. As one of the previous speakers was mentioning, students do not want to go back to the offline mode because they have found the online mode to be more convenient in a wrong sense. Okay, that is an impact, a negative impact. And every activity on the research domain came to a grinding halt, where we require the laboratory facilities, so on and so forth. And students' academic discipline suffered a great impact, I mean, the loss of campus attendance led to very serious impacts, and not to mention the very pitiable situation which developed due to career losses, job cuts, the salary cuts of the teachers themselves. So all this apart, I believe still we can go forward. I'm for one who believes adversity is a platform for future progress. COVID was an adversity. And I always tell my students and faculty what happened exactly a century ago, the Spanish flu. Then they said the whole world is going to be over. we have come to kind of a standstill. But then we have still moved on. And today we have a totally new world. And very certainly we are going to travel into the future confidently. Come along. That is what we need to keep telling our students and faculty. And I just quickly put forward a few points. First thing, get real-time data to mitigate the loss in learning. Now, this data has to be obtained by each and every institution. This is institution specific. IITs cannot say we suffered a great loss because of the COVID, but there are private institutions whose faculty and students have really suffered a great damage. So there are institutions which are funded by government, non-funded, so on and so forth. And in one of the previous sessions, Dr. Agarwal for the Arya group of institutions was telling the gaps. On one side, government goes on saying, develop the skills. But then where are the avenues? When the students try to walk into the industry, they all close their doors. So we need to have a survey done in order to assess scientifically what are the losses that have been suffered by our institutions, and institution-specific remedial measures have to be taken to mitigate the loss of learning. I repeat that. Loss of learning cannot be forgotten. Over the past 2 years, we have suffered a severe loss in learning. But how do we mitigate them? And I would like to take COVID only as a constructive disruption. I'm just borrowing this word from a recent research work that was published. Let's take this situation as a constructive disruptor and try to move on. No wonder the whole or the real sense of global village we were able to experience, right? Academicians across the world were able to interact, and the student community was the biggest benefactors of such a development. Somebody from Far East or Western countries could interact with the students of our institutions, and online webinars made it possible. So let us gain the benefits out of it. And thirdly, this is an occasion for the governments, the policy-making bodies, policymakers to have a serious introspection of the digital divide that our country has. The recent surveys, they say only 15%, 15% of the rural Indian household had the internet access. What about the rest 85% of our rural students? They had zero education during the past 2 years. And even coming to urban areas, you had, they say, 42% of the Indian urban households were only effectively connected to the internet. So this digital divide, policymakers have to do something, and they have to handle the education industry in order to move forward. And it is time we made full use of NEPs, National Education Policies, NETF, National Education Technology Forum. So this is something all of us can gain. There are different ideas about NEPs in different states, but aspects like this, in NETF, National Education Technology Forum, have to be fully made use of in order for us to move forward. And I just want to mention one of the peer-reviewed research surveys, which says the optometry educators, out of the 78 optometry educators, 73 have gone fully online. It's like 93.5% has switched to e-learning mode in a very short span of time with confidence. Now, such kind of help has to be extended to the underprivileged institutions, I would say, while we try to face the challenges that are raised. And in closing, I wish to say, Niti Aayog has sent out a circular, an expression of interest they have asked for. And it is for conducting research on the status of digital literacy in India, the bottlenecks, and the way forward. This is what Niti Aayog says. So let us hold on to occasions like this, opportunities like this, and then make COVID only a platform for future into progress. I hope our institutions individually would do that, and then the policymakers would extend all the necessary help for institutions to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. T.V. Christie, Vice Chancellor, Price University. Now I request Dr. Sandeep Marwa, National President, CEGR, and Chancellor, AFT University, to present the concluding remarks and vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Sandeep Marwa.
Thank you, Rume. Thank you, Ravish. What a wonderful session. What a brainstorming session. I must say, ample I have learned. And I'm very happy that there is an old proverb which says blessings in disguise. And I think during this 2 years' time, pandemic has actually become teacher to all the teachers, to all the institutions, all the students, and all of us together learned under the same circumstances. On the one side, people have gone through a very tough time. People have suffered, students have suffered, education has been suffered. On the other side, I think pandemic has given us an opportunity to develop new courses, new setup, new infrastructure. The vision has gone much broader and bigger. We have started exploring new markets, new ways of teaching, new methods of understanding. And I think all together, not only in India, but all over the world, there's a huge expansion of education in every corner. After listening to all the important guests right here, I think I can sum up that CEGR, the word which I gave in the morning, which Dr. T.V. Christie has just repeated. Probably I would love to repeat that CEGR itself, speaking about it, that yes, a better communication is needed, a lot of commitment is needed, and a convincing education is required. And there has to be a new engineering of new policies, strategies, rules, regulation, and courses. And we should be eager to do something new, something different, and something extraordinary. And we have to have an eagle eye so that we can grow all together. Yes, we have to give our best to the education industry, and also at a grassroots level. That's G and R. Yes, the reservoir of manpower. We have to look for the best talent possible now out of a huge lot which is available, and we have to prove ourselves as a role model. So probably in this session also, CEGR is playing a very important role. I would love to rather take this opportunity to extend my heartiest thanks to Dr. Ramesh Unikrishnan, Dr. S. Geeta Lakshmi, Professor Y.S. Siddhi Gowda, Dr. Ramesh Chandra Srivastava, Dr. T.V. Christie, Mr. Abhay Gupta for their valuable time, wonderful insight, and a wonderful expression, including their own experiences which they have expressed here on this webinar. I think that is going to give a lasting effect to people who've been listening and who are going to listen to this whole affair in due course of time. I'm recollecting two lines here कि विभासित कर गगन भूतल तिमिर को ज्योति देता चल निराशा के अंधेरे को मिटा दे ले प्रबंजन बल कहीं पूनम अमावस्या कहीं उलझन कहीं फिसलन कहीं कांटे कहीं पहरा कटिल बंधन यहाँ प्रतिकूल है सब कुछ कहीं मरुस्थल कहीं बादल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल. Thank you very much everyone present here in this second part of the whole summit, and the third part is going to be immediately after lunch at 2 o'clock. So we would love to see you back at 2 o'clock. With all these words, thank you very much once again, and see you soon. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, National President, CEGR, and Chancellor, AFT University. I request all the participants and who have joined from all the social media and various platforms, please join again at 2 p.m. sharp. We will start at 2 p.m. sharp. So please join after lunch, immediately after lunch. Now I request everyone to close the session, and we will see you everyone at 2 p.m. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon.
The person you have called is speaking to someone else. You can wait or call again later. आपने जिस व्यक्ति को कॉल किया है वह अभी दूसरी कॉल पे व्यस्त है। कृपया प्रतीक्षा करें या कुछ समय बाद कॉल करें। The person you have.
संदीप जी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं रवीश अभी। सब म्यूट पे है आप अभी।
Haji sir, welcome. Sandeep sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. I just spoke to Ravish. He's speaking to the other panelists, and I think in just 3-4 minutes, everyone will be in.
Yeah, good enough.
Sir, we will start the session at 2:10.
Okay, Ravi.
Yeah, another 5 to 7 minutes, we will start the session, sir.
चाय लीजिए आप माथुर साहब को रवीश जी शुरू कर सकते हैं मेरे ख्याल से.
Yes, sir. Welcome to everyone to the Cegr Higher Education Summit. In the pre-lunch, we have the first inaugural session, and then we have the first technical session on the impact of COVID on the academic institutions and way forward. And post-lunch, this is the second technical session where we are deliberating on the multiple rankings and accreditation and impact on quality enhancement. And we have very eminent panelists, and today we have Professor Hridesh Deshpande, Vice Chancellor, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Pune, a very learned academician, a seasoned academician. So we welcome you, sir, to the Cegr Summit. And then we have Mr. Achyuta Joyce, Chairman Atma AMS IBS, a well-known college in Bangalore, and we welcome you, sir, also. Then we have Dr. Ramesh Krishnan, Policy and Planning, AICT. Then we have another Mr. 9th Deshpande, CEO of the Construction Skill Development Council under NSDC. Then we have Dr. Sweta Singh, Advisor IPR, Soviet University. She will be also the part of this panel discussion. And two more persons, Professor M. Feja Ahmad, Director Research, Bihar Agriculture University will be also the part of that. He is joining, but I think there is some technical issue. He will be joining in 1 or 2 minutes. And then we have Professor Rajesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Gorakhpur University. He will be also joining. And we have Dr. Sandeep Pandey, Chairman, ASM Group of Institute and National Vice President to Cegr. He will be moderating the session. And then we have Dr. Sandeep Marwa, National President, Cegr, Chancellor, AFT University. So I request Dr. Sandeep Marwa to welcome all, and then we will start with Dr. Sandeep Pandey as the moderator, and then we will continue with the session. Over to you, Dr. Sandeep Marwa.
Thank you very much, Ravish Roshanji. What a pleasure to be here in this third session of the summit. The first two sessions have done extremely well with some of the prominent people from the education industry, and we have learned a lot in the first two, the inaugural and the first technical session. We are here in the third session. Let me take this wonderful opportunity to welcome Dr. Sandeep Panchpande, the chairman of this session, Professor Hridesh Deshpande ji, Professor Rajesh Singh ji, Dr. A.S. Krishnamurthy ji, Mr. Achyuta Joyce ji, Professor M. Faiza Ahmed ji, Dr. Sweta Singh ji, Dr. Ramesh Krishnan ji, and all my dear friends. Let me start with two lines. कि बुरा जो ढूंढन में गया बुरा न मिलया कोई जो मन खोजा आपना मुझसा बुरा न कोई. The fact is, we spend a lot of time in criticizing others, finding faults in others, and the fact is that all that time what we are spending in actually rectifying others, if we start rectifying our own self, trust me, every institution is going to be the most perfect institution on this earth. निंदक न्यारे राखिए निंदक छवि बसाए बिन पानी साबुन बिना मीठा होत सवाए. The fact is that when somebody comes and start correcting you, you think that they are criticizing you, harassing you, bothering you, irritating you. But the fact is that they are actually trying to mend you, alter you, and trying to put you on a better and a bigger and a smarter platform. Yes, this is the job of all those agencies which are trying to give you accreditations, which are trying to give you a status. I still remember when for the first time when I was applying for AICT accreditation, I was handed over a list of 225 items. And I was shocked, amazed. I was absolutely in a furious mood. I said, who's going to do all this? But when I actually started reading all those things, I realized, oh my God, out of this 200, I'm already doing it. And the rest 10, 15, I am doing it, but I have not given a proper specified name to all that facilities which I am providing to my students. And probably 5 or 6 new things which I learned, and I definitely did that. I was happy that probably in one go, I was given a AICT approval, and my institution got into a institution of a standard. Probably same thing happened when we were applying for NBA, and there's a huge list of documents which the inspectors wanted to go through and see it. For a minute, it bothers you, but you have to be confident enough of your system, of your education, of your pattern, that, oh, yes, I know it and I'm doing it. It's only better off streamlining of what you are doing it. I still remember 30 years back, we were the first ever institution in the world to get a status of ISO, and 30 years back, or 28 years back exactly. And the ISO people were astonished that why a film school is applying for ISO. We have, and no film school in the world have ever either applied, and if they have applied, they have never been eligible because they have always believed in a creative environment, a haphazard learning, and a disorganized manner. They have always found those institutions are. I said, no, I'm a man of a management, and I would love to bring in even a film school into a ISO bracket. And I want to show to the world that you can be well organized even in the creative arts. I got my first ISO. It was a world news, the first ISO for a film school. So what I realized in all these years, that all that accreditations, all that, it adds to your status, it adds to your prestige, and students do attract to these accreditations, that's for sure. With all these words, I'm looking forward to listen to all the experts, all the leaders of the education here, the people who are the managers of the education industry of this country, people who are building the career and the future of this nation. And I surrender my head right in front of you, my dear friends, and I'm anxiously here to learn from you. With all these words, once again, welcome to the third and this technical session of CEGR. Thank you, Ravish Roshan, for giving me once again this opportunity to welcome all the experts of the industry. And you are a genius. You are yourself a wonderful manager who has been actually conducting this beautiful think tank so well. And I think the first ISO to think tank is also required now here. Thank you very much. And the voice I would love to give back to Dr. Sandeep Panchpande.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Marwan, National President, CEGR and Chancellor, AFT University. Now, I request Dr. Sandeep Panchpande, Chairman, ASM Group of Institute and National Vice President, CEGR, to moderate the session. First, you can present your views, and then you can moderate the session. And we have a very good speaker, Professor Hitesh Deshpande, sir, Vice Chancellor Ajinkya. Then we have Mr. Achyuta Joyce, Chairman of Patma, then Dr. Sweta Singh, and a few more speakers are joining. So you can proceed, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ravish. And thank you, Dr. Sandeep, sir, for setting the tone of the session. It's been a wonderful day, starting with two amazing sessions. And this session, I think, is something what me and Ravish were discussing from a long time. And it has to do with some practicalities which needs to be looked at. I think the session title is absolutely apt. Multiple rankings and accreditation and its impact on quality enhancement. So you were right to say that, yes, even we had gone for an ISO. And when we look at accreditation, if we look at it in a way of improving the quality, I think then it becomes a very good exercise. However, if it is looked at an exercise which is a burden on you, you may not get the benefits out of it. Just as we speak, I think the breaking news is the NAC has got a new chairman. So I think Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, who was at Savitribai Phule Pune University now, has been appointed as the NAC chairman. Sir, I've grown up on the Pune University campus, so I knew Professor Nigvekar very well. He was the one who founded, and he was the first chairman of NAC as such. And I've heard from him on why the NAC Accreditation Council was got in, what was the reasons behind it. And now what has happened is today institutes are burdened by multiple accreditations. The government authorities in the state ask us to go for the NAC. Those affiliated institutions are there. The universities will tell the institutions that you please go for NAC accreditation. AICT will tell us to go for the NBA accreditation. And again, there are those international accreditations also. So AACSB, AMBA, EEMD, EQUIS, and many others as such. Now, one of the issues which is plaguing the education system is overregulation. There are multiple bodies to deal with. And I'm telling it from the perspective of an affiliated institution. So you have to deal with the university, you have to deal with the DTE, there is a Pravesh Niyantran Samiti, there is a Shikshan Shulk Samiti, there is the AICT to be handled. And again, each of them have different rules, each of them have different timetables and multiple regulations. So as Professor Agarwal had said in the morning, and I think even Kurwar Shekhar also said, that majority of the time spent by the top management and teachers goes in compliance and liaising with the government agencies and applying to these agencies, submitting reports to those agencies is where unfortunately most of the effort and time goes. Whereas I believe that it should go a lot more on the object of the institution, that is on the teaching learning processes and ensuring that the students get the best of the education. Having said that, yes, accreditations are an important aspect to let students know, as well as for institutions to know their place and find better ways of improvement. But do we really need multiple accreditations? Doesn't it confuse our stakeholders? And many of the accreditations, the norms are totally different. If you look at the international accreditations, we have been speaking at some very international forums where most of these accreditations are more biased and favorable towards the Western world and not towards the Asian institutions as much. So does it provide a level playing field is another question. There is another topic to this, which is about ranking. Now, again, there are too many agencies which are ranking institutions, and many of the times you will be thinking that you're surprised to see some of the institutions at the rankings, what they get. So again, how much you take the rankings, I think you'll have to take it with a pinch of salt. But the topic is today is that how does these multiple rankings and accreditations affect the quality enhancement? So we have got a fantastic panel of speakers here. We've got Professor Hriday Deshpande, Vice Chancellor, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University. We have Rajesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, Deen Dayal University, will be joining in some time. We have Mr. Achyuta Joyce, who is Chairman of Atma AIMS, IBS with us. We have Professor Faiza Ahmed, who's the Director of Bihar Agriculture University, Bhagalpur, and Dr. Sweta Singh, Advisor IPR, Shobit University with us. I think it's going to be an amazing panel. So let us start by calling each one by one, wherein you can just put in your views regarding this topic. And if we have some time, we can go in for some question answers. So may I begin with calling Professor Hriday Deshpande to please begin with his inaugural talk. So you're muted, sir.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Pathpande, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, and Mr. Ravish Roshan for having me here. And it's a very interesting topic because when this topic was proposed, I immediately said yes, because I was bored of those COVID and technology and learning topics and I had said that I will no more accept that invitation because other than that, there is nothing to discuss. So this is something which goes at the core of education. That is what all of us serves. serve, and that's why it is very, very important. I think most of this whole thing that is done by anyone and everyone is for the purpose of what they call as quality. And I think that I would like to unpack that word quality a little more, because as you rightly said in your initial remarks, that there are multiple agencies and they pull you from all sides. And instead of coming out as a good, well-sized burger, you actually come out as a vada which goes into a hot oil and which comes out from all directions. And then you don't know what you are by the time you are coming out, because you have faced so many of these things that are there. So what is important to understand is quality means different things to different people. We have to understand this. There's no universal definition of quality which says, okay, this is quality. It's like food. You might, somebody likes Chinese, somebody likes European, somebody likes Desi Khana. I mean, and still there could be quality, and it still could be sumptuous, and it still could serve the purpose of meeting the hunger need of an individual. So similarly, quality in education is actually a very contextual thing. And quality is relative to processes or outcomes. So again, the question is whether it is processes that are critical, is the outcome that are critical. We are seeing again the Indian higher education system confused between processes. So they still want to continue that old time thing, reliance on process input based situation, programmatic norms of space and infrastructure and all of those things, and and the processes, because that was the quality definition of ISO 9001 when it came about. So they continue to follow that thought process, and now all of a sudden they are talking of learning outcomes and so on. And then the accreditation or these other processes are not in sync with that thought process. So you have UGC or AICT on one side, which is focused on the input and process side of things. You have the other guy to go to, that is NAC, which talks of outcome based things, and then you don't know what you are actually and you are doing. So most importantly, again, going back to the issue of, let's say, if we take a multi-stakeholder view of quality, then we actually look at the following indicators that are there. So there is one first indicator could be around excellence standards from the point of view of the academia. Then there are threshold standards from the point of view of the accreditators. Then fitness for purpose, that is the view of external assessors aiming for continuous improvement, of which who come from different agencies and bodies. Value for money in the eyes of the parents who are your payers of the fees. Then the student satisfaction, the view of the students, graduate and the employers, and eventually the view value addition that we are able to do, the view of the students who are graduating from our systems. Now all of this goes on to constitute quality, and in my first and very concrete view, the accreditation systems that we have actually fail to capture this holistic point of view, and then it is left to the individual institution to actually address each and every one, some out of compulsion, which is the accreditation side, and the other thing from the point of view of competitiveness, which is where as an individual self-finance institution, we wish to remain relevant to our stakeholders, be it the students who come into our systems, or the employers who come to our campuses to recruit our students, because then that is a responsibility that we have. We have to understand the uniqueness of the higher education sector, because in that it not only provides administrative services similar to those in other service industries, but also professional teaching, research, consultancy services that transform students into human resource that develop the country, and also where the students actually eventually contribute to drive the economy. And that's why the holistic model, in my opinion, is essential. And we actually, hence the quality, in my opinion, is a multidimensional concept, which I think we should all embrace through all its functions and activities, whether it is teaching and academic programs, the quality of the programs that we are instituting, research and scholarship, staffing, because a lot of this thing depends on staffing, students, buildings, facilities, and what not, and even the academic environment. So we have to pay due attention to specific institutional and our regional context alongside while we are doing this, and then try, and in my opinion, very strongly, to avoid uniformity. I don't know why the regulators take that view of having uniformity and they want to see everybody else as themselves. I am sure they must be coming from good institutions. I am sure they must be belonging to great institutions. But then that doesn't mean that they should look at us to become what they are. Rather, we want to remain who we are, and we wish to remain that way. And we wish to become good in the way we are.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for your views. And yes, you're right. I don't know why, when every institute should be having its own strengths, why there is the thing of pulling them together at the same uniform level. And I think there are some things which need to improve, especially say where in terms of postgrad education, there are points kept for higher education. Now, when they are in the postgrad, very few of the students are going to go for research after the masters as such. So we just cannot gather that. I don't know of how many master students really go and try for an MPSC or a UPSC exam, and there are marks reserved for that as well. So I don't know if it really creates a proper level playing field also, as you rightly said. So thank you so much, sir. Let me call upon now Mr. Achyuta Joyce, Chairman Atma, AIMS IBS, to present his views. Sir, you have been very vocal about your views, so it will be an absolute pleasure to listen to you on this one. You're muted, sir.
As my internet connection is little unstable, I'll switch on my video, switch off my video and continue.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I heard the other few speakers. I have a slightly, of course, I completely concur with, Professor Hridesh Deshpande's, comments. But I also come from another perspective where what happens to, of course, the NEP is trying to address this particular aspect which I'm trying to bring in. But how about, the higher education? Let me focus only on higher education. Let's say we have mushrooming of institutions in higher education and engineering and many other aspects. There's so many small, small organizations do form, are unable to sustain themselves, manipulate accreditations, manipulate, standards to survive in the market, and also to an extent manipulate students' mind. So how do we address that? So one of the aspects of uniformity and some certain amounts of standardization, which is AICT is trying, and qualification and quantification, all of these what accreditations and AICT and various other bodies are trying. NEP to an extent, I think, is addressing it. We need to see the details. Devil is in the details, right? What happens? Will AICTE standards will be brought down to the UGC standards where, there are 10,000 engineering and management colleges, right? And, there are only 40 to 50% of the seats are getting filled up in engineering, and probably less than 60% are getting filled up in the management institutes. So we are in a situation. Why are we in that situation? Because there's so many institutes coming up without any proper, accreditation, without any proper quantification, qualification, and many other aspects. Why? Because there are so many state level universities which are giving out affiliations. You pay a little bit of money, you will get an affiliation, right? It happens at both graduate level, UG level, and PG level. So how do we address this? So it's who will bell the cat? Basically, even though if AICD being there, UGC, lots of regulation being there, state level higher education council being there, and state level inquiry committees being there, we still have this issue of unqualified people opening up institutions and driving, and still, to an extent, actually manipulating. And I can also, if I may use, also cheat the students. In fact, they are not qualified to teach, but they do exist today, right? So how do we weed out these unqualified institutions? So to an extent, accreditations are addressing. For example, NEP is saying next 5 to 10 years or 5 to 20 years, all institutions need to have accreditations. The moment if we say that, okay, why don't you self-accredit and self-sustain, and because of market forces, you may be removed from the, if you don't provide quality, you will be removed. But there is a system where, you can actually manipulate and still survive in the system for decades together. And then, you can hand out degrees. For example, of course, IAPM, it's a classic case, right? So how do we avoid these IAPMs of this world? That is where my point is coming from. So accreditations are needed. AICT kind of bodies are needed. But how do we harmonize? I think, our Dr. Sandeep also was highlighting there's so many line items which actually are not harmonious with actually what is needed. For example, how many international students do you have? For example, right? A lot of these global accreditation bodies they ask, and they need to realize they're asking an institution from a population of 1.3 billion people, where they use not selection technique, the elimination technique, right? So when people are getting eliminated, in fact, why are we in this? 20,000 students are stuck in Ukraine. Why? Because we don't have enough seats in the in the MBBS, right? Our education system is not ready to take that kind of quantification. So in having international students as one of the criteria, right? Percentage of international students as criteria is another great example I can give you. There are so many, right, where harmonization of qualifying or rather accrediting points are not harmonized with the current education system. But if you look at accreditations per se, it actually we cannot do away with this system, and self-accrediting is, I think, definitely is not. We are not ready as a country. We are not ready yet for this kind of system. Of course, the government in the last last 10 years or probably 10 to 15 years, you can see that they're trying to come out with various mechanisms. For example, Institute of Eminence, right? So many other mechanisms, right? Autonomy, giving autonomy to institutions which are excelling, universities which are doing excellent job, are giving them a lot of funding opportunities by the UGC. So many of these are happening, but how do we get a system which works today? That's, I think, is what we should be debating. For example, I can also highlight, I think in the last session, we also discussed about quality of publications when we discussed about, teaching quality, research quality, student quality. When we discussed, we talked about, quality of publications also. Similarly, I would say that quality of accreditation itself is questionable at this point of time. How do we compare that with global accreditation system, and how do we, further strengthen, I would say, NAC and NBA accreditation system? Probably, merge, maybe one of the ways of government looking at is merge both NBA and NAC and various other accreditation and come out with a even simpler approach, but an approach where an unqualified institution will never qualify, which is actually, so that such accreditation systems are needed, where, for example, you can't come out with you can't, last time I think we discussed, you create, if you cannot qualify with international standards of publications, why don't you create your own journal and then publish and claim that I have published some 20, 30 papers, 200 papers, 300 papers. This is what actually most of the well-acclaimed academicians are doing. Similarly, if you go to any website of higher education, they claim so many accreditations, right? That and also saying, I got this award, I got that award, and I am accredited by that body, this body, right? Of course, there are 2, 3 like AMBA, ASSB, and NBA, NAC, and few other bodies where it has a global prominence, but and national-wide prominence. But there are so many if you can look at, it is actually misleading, right? So how do we harmonize all this and come out with a system where unqualified institutions are weeded out and qualified institutions are given effective funding and beyond funding to enable them to excel? As part of accreditation and things like that, let's say we are NAC A graded, NBA top ranking we get, is government giving us any facility, right? I think we should move till there, right? As set an aspiring benchmark, let's say you get a A+ category, I'm going to fund you with these many, for these are all the projects I'm going to fund. Government will fund you for a lot of these research projects, a lot of these initiatives, corporate initiatives, and so many other, right? We can come out with so many, right? All of these should be a part of accreditation where institute, even mid-size, small or large qualified institutes, aspire to become accredited from NAC or NBA or a merged body, right? So this is what my proposal is, where funding for research projects, right, various other events will also drive institutions towards accreditations. But my my take is, we cannot do away with accreditation, but how do we harmonize it? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. You're right. We have to see how we can develop a system and how we can harmonize it. Good views there. May I now call upon Professor Faiza Ahmed, Director at Bihar Agriculture University, Bhagalpur, to present his views. Absolute pleasure to see you again here, sir. And in the morning, we were saying that Ravish has put in a session where we have representation from everyone. We have it from skills. We also, had representation coming from domestic worker skills sector, the higher education, the university systems, and agriculture also as such. So over to you, sir. Look forward to your views.
Thank you, sir. So nice of you. First of all, namaskar sabhi ko. I take this opportunity, sincere thanks to CGR Guru for giving me an opportunity to present our view on agricultural education during the 9th higher education in this conference. As I told you, this agriculture education system in India is a very strong system, and the agriculture education has been started in 1929 when the Imperial Agriculture Research Council has been started, and in 1905 the Imperial Agriculture Research Institute has been started at Bihar itself. It is Bihar. Now this is a Rajendra Agriculture University, Central Agriculture University. After the earthquake in 1934, these IARI, Imperial Agriculture Research Institute, has been shifted to IRI Delhi, Pusa campus. Now it is Pusa campus, and higher education has been started since there in Pusa campus. After that, after independence, number of agriculture university has been established. First agriculture university has been established at the Govind Ballabh Pant Agriculture University in Science and Technology at Pantnagar on the ground land pattern basis. And that on land grant basis, every state has opened the agriculture university and started the BSc agriculture education. During the tenure of the British, 5 agriculture colleges has been established at the Pune, at CS Azad Agriculture University. Now it is in Kanpur, Loyalpur in Pakistan, Pune in Maharashtra, and Nagpur. The 5 agriculture and Coimbatore. These 5 agriculture university agricultural colleges has been stated, and one of them at Sabor, where I am posted here. I'm honored to have the professorship at Sabor Agriculture College, which has established in 1908. After the independence, number of agricultural university has been started, and professionalism has been developed in agriculture. We are working under the aegis of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and Indian Council of Agriculture monitored and provide the monitoring system of agricultural education in India. And these Indian Council of Agriculture make the Dean Committee, based on the Dean Committee, and they provide the platform. Indian Council of Agriculture provide the platform for bringing the uniformity in agriculture education throughout the India. For example, it is a first Dean Committee, second Dean Committee, and now we have a 6 Dean Committee report, and they are trying to bring the uniformity in agricultural university. As a result, ICR has developed the ICR Model Act. This Model Act has to be followed by the all agriculture university. As far as the accreditation is concerned, I will come later about the accreditation of the agriculture university. First of all, ICR has given the Model Act that all university has to follow the Model Act. In that Model Act, number of norms, curricula, syllabi, everything is being mentioned, and that has to be followed by the agriculture university, because agriculture university is autonomous body. They cannot implement as whatever ICR is saying. They have to go for the board of management of the agriculture university. Then only these board of, after the concurrence from the board of management, the ICR Model Act can be implemented in the university. And most of the university is adopted the ICR Model Act. As far as the new education policy NEP 2020 is concerned, ICR has set up a committee for drafting the new education policy, and Dr. Tej Pratap was the chairman. Those who have he is a Pantnagar Vice Chancellor of Pantnagar, where Dr. Mittal, Dr. R.C. Srivastava was also the member, where they have decided the major decision has been taken for a multidisciplinary agricultural university. In agriculture university, there is multidisciplinary. We have number of department in agriculture university, like pathology, entomology, statistics, genetics, population genetics. Major disciplines are there, but they have given more emphasis for the multidisciplinary approach for the agriculture. Likewise, if you see the intake number of university, we have only 9% university of the all university to agriculture university. Only 9% we have agriculture university of the total university. And the intake capacity of agriculture is less than 1%, because the agriculture is a professional degree. This degree has been declared as a professional degree. As a result, we are taking only very less number of students. In general university, they are taking about 5,000 students in graduate, but agriculture university hardly take 100 students. So the enrollment percentage is very high. It is less than 1%. In new education policy, it has decided that we encourage the gross enrollment ratio in agriculture. So we have started, every agriculture university has started to increase the gross enrollment ratio in agriculture, so that students should not be go in a private organization or wherever they do not get the admission, but they should get their admission in their state, because agriculture is a state subject. Likewise, academic structure in agricultural education. Earlier, we have only the animal husbandry and the agriculture. Now, agriculture has been transformed and very specialized. Earlier, it was BSc agriculture and BVSC. Now, we have started number of disciplines like the forestry, like we have also the horticulture specialization. We have dairy technology. Number of discipline has been created in undergraduate level. After that, we have taken a course curricula has been modified according to the need. We have decided that first year student will take the basic knowledge of agriculture, basic component. Then they go for the fundamentals, and after that they go for the commercialization, and followed by the entrepreneurship. During that graduation level, student become a job provider, not the job seeker. That has been decided by the Dean Committee report. For that, we have launched and ICR has suggested to develop a READY program. The READY program is a student rural entrepreneur awareness development yojana, wherein students go for the experiential learning. They have to go for the experience learning. They go for the in-plant training. They go for the in-house training program. Number of activities they can show so that they can become an entrepreneur and provide the job to the people. This is the major component of ICR which has been transformed in the new agriculture education policy. Likewise, again we have go for the need to single window system for the international student. As earlier the speaker was talking that we do not have any policy for the international student admission at here, where our students are going everywhere. They have the policy. Likewise, ICR has also suggested we should have a single window system so that we student wherever they want to go, if they want to BAU, they want to go for Pantnagar University, they can decide after taking admission by the ICR. Likewise, we have a student develop program. It is surprising to inform you that Bihar state government has imparting about 2,000 rupees fellowship at graduate level. No agriculture university is giving the fellowship at the graduate level. We are giving 2,000 rupees fellowship and 6,000 rupees book purchase every year for the students, so that a student of agriculture continue their studies in agriculture, and we should have a very good manpower in the agriculture. After the liberalization and the privatization, the demand of agriculture graduate has increased very sharply, and we are not able to provide the undergraduate student to the firm and company because they have huge demand, and students are not certified at a low salary. If they are getting the more than 70,000, 80,000, then only they accept the job in private organization, because the number of job is created in the government sector. That's why they are not going in the private sector. The agriculture become a very, very, very important component right now after the liberalization and the privatization in the seed sector and many more sector because it is a vast agriculture. Likewise, the faculty development program we have also started. Those faculty joined the agriculture university without PhD. ICR develop a fellowship that is known as the Subhash Chandra Fellowship for the international. They are giving encouragement to go outside of the country for the higher education, so that the faculty become a very excellent faculty should come in the university, and a human resource should develop, a very good human resource should be developed. Likewise, we have also taken a recruitment structure. How to recruit the faculty? We have developed certain criteria, because after this UGC norm, number of component has also been adopted by the ICR. The faculty requirement in the faculty requirement, number of criteria has been developed so that a faculty should have capable to teach the student, conduct the research, and impart the training program to the entrepreneur. Likewise, we have developed criteria for appointment of the faculty member. Many more components are included. Likewise, the higher post, we have make the post of the tenural post in ICR in agriculture university. If the headship is only for 3 years, somewhere is 5 years, and that is against the advertisement. They have to advertise on all India basis, and people will apply, those who are interested. And based on the all India competitive exams, we are selecting the deans, directors, chairman, head of the departments that give a new impetus in the agricultural education. Likewise, research foundation. We have also developed a research foundation, because in agriculture, research is a major component in ICR as well as agriculture university. If you take an example of IARI, IARI is a research intensive deemed university, whereas our agriculture university is the teaching intensive university. And government of India has suggested that instead of opening the number of university, within the university, you make a different courses. For example, a university imparting BSc Agriculture. In agriculture, number of disciplines are there. You can open the BSc Agriculture, BSc in Horticulture, BSc in Forestry, in order to use that faculty in agriculture as well as in horticulture as well as in the forestry, so that you make university as a center of excellence or a hub of the education in one place instead of opening the institute at different location. That is the prerequisite means in agriculture education, new agriculture education policy. Likewise, we are also giving the student development program at agricultural graduate level and the PhD level. We have given a transformation in appointment of the assistant professor. After completion, they directly recruit for the assistant professor because having any expertise of the teaching. So we have transformed it. We are imparting, we are giving the opportunity to the PhD student for or giving orientation and taking classes for 5 to 6 credit hours in every semester based on their expertise area of research, or research assistantship also being provided to the PhD student. At the end of their study program, we are also felicitating the PhD student in terms of the assistantship programs. The number of steps has been taken under the new education policy in agriculture 2020, and hope that the agriculture education further transformed, and number of innovation has been added and being added. And entrepreneur, as far as the entrepreneurship is concerned, about 20 to 30% agriculture graduates now coming in the agriculture entrepreneurship. Under the Rashtriya Vikas Yojana, a number of agriculture students are getting trained under the RKY train program, and they are going for the own entrepreneurship based on the agriculture. So these are the transformation has been taken place and being taken place, and hopefully in coming to year, almost all agriculture university go for the entrepreneurship instead of the government job. So this is all about the new agriculture education policy in agriculture. In last, I thanks to CGR for giving me opportunity. I sincere thank to Sandeep Marwa ji, and Roshan ji. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for putting your views and letting us know about how things are in the agri sector. And yes, you said it right, sir. I think agri is one of the sectors where we should focus on creating agripreneurs. The agriculture entrepreneurs, I think, are the most needed, and they are the one who can really drive the economy of the agri sector as such. So thank you very much for your views. May I call upon Dr. Shweta Singh, advisor IPR at Shobit University, to present a view. Shweta, you're again heading a very important aspect of IPR, which is gaining more and more importance everywhere in every aspect. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep. I'll thank CEGR for inviting me here, and thank you Shobit University for providing me this platform where I can actually talk about accreditation and rankings, because this is one of the topics which is the right time to be discussed, because NEP coming into place. When I joined, I thought I will be only the devil's advocate here, but I'm happy that all dignitaries, maximum dignitaries, are of same thought process, that rankings and accreditation should not be burden over institutions and the faculties. And what I found from last 5 years, that private bodies are encashing this. The pressure of being ranked under in an IRA for ranked under ranking getting through the private bodies like QS ranking or Times Higher Education, or accreditations like NAC or NBA. So faculties, especially the faculties and the stakeholders, they are being pressurized much. The freedom to work, I think, has been not up to, I would say, mark where it should be. See, education plays very significant role, and we all know, in fostering any country's economic growth, either it's national development, socially, economically, culturally, scientifically, or in political aspect. With all due respect, I totally agree that ranking and accreditation systems ensures that universities and academics should meet the expected standards and promote a healthy competition among the institutions to sustain, and also to enhance their quality. And quality, the parameter of the quality is actually something to be still decided. How and why? Are we actually wanting, the Indian system actually want the quality, or we are still running behind the quantity of it? I know that every ranking has their own criteria and standards, including both government and private. And to strengthen the government, this process, government launched an IRF also a few years back, whereas I believe that NAC is something which exists since long, or NBA is something which existed since long. But due to these rankings coming, and every ranking has their own parameters, have their own criterias, and assessment is totally different. So somewhere I felt that there is lot of pressure which is being taken by the universities, especially the higher institutions I'm talking. And I believe that every institutions or academics or university should be doing by core of their heart, because that is what their vision is, to bring the quality education, to bring the quality stakeholders, to bring the quality students. Every university want best research, best entrepreneurship, best innovation ecosystem to be developed. So I think the time should be given to each and every universities or higher education to develop themselves. So my 3-4 points, which I'll be bringing, and I'll be bringing it in a very layman language. My first point is like why every university or higher education is ranked as same, is assessed as same, because few university with I would say their vision is totally different. Maybe they are into only academics, and few universities or academics are only into research. So they should be assessed in a totally different manner. Few university strength is low. Few higher education institutions strength is low. Few universities or HEIs have strength is higher. They should be again assessed in a totally different manner. Then by NIRF coming, my third point is NIRF coming into place. A lot of emphasis was given on research, especially in the patents and publication side. And what I found in the market, because being an attorney, I basically promote innovation, that every innovation, whatever you think, should be discussed, should be taken in a very innovative way, and should be protected. Because if we compare Indian ecosystem with China ecosystem, China economic development also, innovation development also, China files every year more than 13-14 lakh applications, and more of the contribution is by the SMEs and universities there. Why? Because they have the culture, they have developed the culture of innovation. But in India, before NIRF, as per our research says, before NIRF, we were not focused on patent. Universities were not focused on patents. There were very few universities and institutions who were actually taking patents seriously or were aware of this. So this is the positive aspect of ranking or accreditation, that something has been rolling out, that yes, innovation culture has to roll out and patent has to come. But again, as I said, few of the agencies has made this as in caching from inventors, or if you take the publications, then publisher. So yes, if you have innovation, and innovation is not which is not done only in a wet lab sitting, and then you are coming out with a very big molecule or drugs molecule, or a very big mechanical invention. But inventions can be small little changes or modifications or improvement over the present product or process. which actually universities need to be aware, and this is the responsibility of government also. Government is conducting a lot of awareness, but not, I would say, not in the right direction, where they can actually tell the universities or higher education students and faculties, see, this is the way of doing innovation. This is the way from which you can come out with ideas which can be patentable. They just say the process and how government can support, but how they will do, we need to develop that ecosystem. So ranking has put the pressure, or accreditation has put the pressure, but there is no way to guide them how to overcome them or how to create that ecosystem. My second point comes with my second point comes with the publication part. So I went to South for some work, and I found that complete system has been now running toward quantity of paper publication, and due to accreditations and ranking bodies only considering Scopus and Web of Sciences paper, UGC has also changed in 2019 June. UGC came up with UGC Care list, where all Scopus and Web of Sciences paper, plus they have some other list also where they have listed down few journals. I say, this is my personal opinion, why only Scopus and Web of Sciences? If you see from 2020, the trend says you publish the paper because author don't know that this journal is good. They will see the site index, they will see the impact factor, and they will publish it in Scopus. Okay, and I have seen, and I understand, I know that you people have also realized through your faculties that that paper or that journal get de-indexed in future. So the complete effort goes in vain. Now that paper is not going to count it in any of the ranking or accreditation. So why this is? Why only Scopus or Web of Sciences? Why not another indexing can be considered where quality can be, with the quality parameters? So why only two of the agencies or two of the databases are giving so much importance? I know Web of Sciences, SCI journals have good impact factor, very high impact factor, but the news researchers, or if we are only that we need to actually identify if you only want the quantity or you want the quality, then these journal since 2020 I'm noticing that have raised their publication fees either in form of publication fees or processing fees or certification fees, and there are many names they are giving to the fees they are charging, and the authors are burdened to pay that fees because they have to be in the race. Same way, I was surprised that I got a forwarded message that there is a patent filing going on, and if you want to add your name, this is author number 1, inventor number 1, 2, 3, 4, you add your name. This is totally, I know this is all due to the burden which actually is put by, I believe that because we have to be in the race. So we need to decide as a higher education what we have to, how we want to showcase ourselves. We need to apply, we have to be in compliance with the rankings, all the rankings provided by government or accreditations provided by government. Then government responsibility also comes into picture, that how they are making, what efforts they are making to make these universities or higher education ready, because this is very important. These are the few points which I mentioned, like patents, like publication issues, like research fundings. Most of the NIRF have criteria, or NAC has criteria of research fundings, or different private rankings also have criteria of research fundings. Many of the new institutions or the smaller institution doesn't comply with the eligibility of those sponsored research. So what they should do? Then I get a question from management colleges or management universities that where do we get a patent? Because we are management, we cannot, we are not a technical institutions or universities. How come we come up with a patent? Or otherwise our numbers will be less in this ranking or accreditation. So I believe that if something has been put on place by government, which I think NEP coming into picture will take care further, definitely will take care further. But I believe that if government has put the ranking and accreditation on place, or the private institutions have put the ranking and accreditation, or private bodies, sorry, have put the ranking and accreditations on place, then they should be guiding that how well a university or higher education can prepare for it, because it is very important that you have made something, you are asking someone to jump into it, but you are not preparing that person to jump into that. You are asking someone to jump into the fire without having a fire suit. So that is very important, that the higher institutions should be guided and prepared enough for all the research in activities. So these were the few points I discussed, but yes, positive point is, yes, India is now looking toward more of innovation, more of entrepreneurial activity, more of startups coming out of universities, which is very good. But I believe more of effort is required, and government has to put, along with all the dignitaries, because chairmen are here, vice chancellors are here. So I believe if we all put our efforts together, I will request industries also who are watching this or working with the universities should come, take out a paper or a policy or a draft and give it to government. Actually, what should be there? Instead of going with multiple ranking system, working throughout year, just maintaining the data and the documents for the system, we should have one, or whatever government feel, that one system where we can get a good accreditation also or ranking also, because with this we'll be prepared in a very streamlined manner, and also the stakeholders and the students will not get confused.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shweta. And yes, you're right. It's not just about the patents. You know, when we talk of education, management institutions, especially, case studies are something which should be given equal importance, or copyright should be given equal weightages, and we need a level playing field to be created. I think it was a wonderful session with all the speakers putting wonderful and amazing views, which would be definitely of interest to the policymakers. We have an amazing session coming up on challenges and way forward for successful implementation of NAP. I can already see Professor Pankaj Mittal is in here, Dr. Ashwini Lochan, and B.S. Yadav sir is already in. So over to you, Ravish, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Pandey, Chairman, ASM Group of Institute and National Vice President to Cegr, for moderating the session. So thanks a lot for effectively moderating the session. Now I'm grateful to Professor Hridesh Deshpande, Vice Chancellor, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, for the wonderful views and you presented. This is the first time when you are speaking at the Cegr platform. So thank you, sir. Then we have Professor Mohammad Faiza Ahmad, Director Research in Bihar Agriculture University, Sabor, a very learned academician and researcher. He took many initiatives in Bihar Agriculture University, Sabor, and due to which many research and many agriculture initiatives are coming in the South Bihar. So thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Then we have Mr. Achyuta Joyce, Chairman ATMA. He is a great support to Cegr. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and addressing this summit. And we are also grateful to Dr. Sweta Singh, Advisor IPR, Soviet University, for accepting our invitation. Thank you, Dr. Sweta. And with the permission of all, we are closing the second technical session on the topic multiple ranking and accreditation and impact on quality enhancement. So with the permission of all, we are closing this session, and now we are entering into the validity session. And in validity session, we have very senior person for the deliberation, and deliberation topic is the successful implementation of NEP and challenges in implementation. And we have very senior person, Professor Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian University, with us. She was, before that, she was the Additional Secretary in UGC and Vice Chancellor. She's an eminent academician. So we welcome you, ma'am. Then we have Engineer B.S. Yadav, Chancellor, IES University. Then we have Dr. Ashwini Lochan, Chairman, Arunachal University of Studies and Senior Vice President, Cegr. And we have also Dr. Ramesh Unnikrishnan, Advisor, Policy and Planning, AICT. Then we have Mr. Narendra Deshpande, CEO, Construction Skill Development Council, So we have a great panelist here, and we have a large audience joining over the various social media on the YouTube and Facebook. So we thanks to all the participants over the various social media. And now I request Engineer B.S. Yadav, Chancellor IES University, to present his view. Over to you, Engineer B.S. Yadav.
Thank you, Ravishi. So I just wanted to congratulate entire CGR management for organizing this nice event from morning to till evening. And I was hearing this session on ranking as well. So I think it's a very excellent platform in terms of sharing the knowledge among the stakeholders. So good afternoon and warm welcome to Professor Pankaj Mittal ma'am, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. Sri Dr. Ramesh from AICT, Dr. Ashwini Lochanji, Colonel B. Banker, Director AICT, and other co-panelists, Dr. Sandeep Panchpandeji. The new education policy is an excellent attempt on part of the policymakers to bring into the forefront the idea of innovation and creativity for making Indian education system more vibrant. This policy will go a long way in cultivating entrepreneurial culture and providing support to startups. Indeed, this policy will form a rock-solid foundation for progressive India, NEP, which aims at developing holistic individuals. Hence, it is essential that an identified set of skills and values are incorporated at each stage of learning from preschool to higher education. This will lead to a complete overhaul of the education system, leading to several challenges for the institution of higher education in the country. The basic challenges which this policy might pose are infrastructure requirement. While India has a great demographic ratio, as a young student make a large part of the population, however, providing them all the necessary infrastructure, digital technology, hygiene, and safe amenities will be a major financial challenge. Training sufficient faculty. There is a maximum burnout in teaching profession. Hence, hiring faculties and upgrading their skill sets along with qualification is the most difficult task. The fast pace at which the world is changing necessity learning and unlearning to keep pace with the changing scenario is also a big challenge. Promoting academic research to make students useful to industry and create products required by the masses. Research is expensive, and in order to sustain innovative atmosphere in education, it must have utility as well. Excellence in teaching, upgrading existing pedagogy, giving student academic freedom, counseling for imbibing self-confidence to accept upheavals, setbacks, and proceed. Creating global students through tie-ups and exchange program with international universities to raise the ranking of our institute to the match the best in the world. Alignment of academia and technology for innovation, industry participation, and support for education in India is not at par with the developed nation. Well-defined autonomous governance structures, supportive policies from the government will help the education institute grow to their potential. Well-equipped facilities for sports, health. Sports are an integral part of the student life and learning process, but sufficient amenities are not available to most of them for the same. Funding support, major hurdle faced by the institute as well as student is funding. Government needs to allocate more fund for the education sector in terms of scholarship, in terms of a research grant, teachers training to the private sector as well. To overcome these gaps, we need to work more on two primary dimensions. The first dimension of an external nature concerns the role of government at the national and state level, the resources that can be made available to enhance the stature of the institution and industry which can fill the gap between learning and doing. The second dimension is internal. It has to do with the individual institution themselves and the necessary evolution and steps that they need to take to transform themselves into world-class institution. Thus, I can say, although there are a huge gap in skill access and relative quality of higher education across the country, further reforms are, as mentioned in the NEP, to keep pace with the rapid expansion of the education sector are urgently needed. We also need greater engagement from the private sector, including industry, to promote the quality in higher education. This policy, I am sure, will game changer in the education delivery and learning future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer B.S. Yadav, Chancellor IES University, Bhopal. In very short span of time, you presented all your views, and we are thankful to you for supporting the CEGR. Now I request Dr. Ashwini Lochan, Chairman, Arunachal University of Studies, to present your views, sir. Over to you, Dr. Ashwini Lochan.
Thanks, Ravish. First of all, on behalf of CEGR, I would like to welcome all the members in the valedictory session and today's topic, the challenges and way forward for successful implementation of NEP. So, as we all are aware that we are the second populous country of world, and Government of India is trying to have something to provide employment to every citizen of India. After 75 years, we are coming up with a new education policy in order to rectify the shortcomings or the gaps of our education system. Obviously, we are a country and we have many states, different cultures. Diversity of India is an example for entire world. Diversity and unity of India. So in that scenario, implementation of this new education policy is a very difficult issue. But collectively, if we will go, we can do that. First of all, I would like to highlight the participation of private sector into educational segment. Prior to 1990s, the participation of private sectors into education was limited to the private colleges. After that, we have seen establishment of private universities. But still, there is a discrimination between government bodies while they assess the functionality of government universities and private institutions. Why we are needing this new education policy? Roughly around 1.5 crore students are graduating in India. 1.5 CR students are graduating in India. So I would like to recall the early days in 1999, 2000, when I used to visit places like UGC, AIU, AICT. So there was a mandate that by the year 2020, we will have 20% gross enrollment into higher education. By the directional efforts of government and whatever you can say, we all are aware, we achieved that target, but we compromised quality of education. There is no need to produce 1.5 CR graduates every year if we cannot give them employment. Most important thing is that majority of these graduates are only willing to pursue government employment, which is practically impossible. Indian government or state governments collectively, they cannot create 1.5 CR jobs every year. So where the gap is, instead of promoting degree-oriented or graduate-oriented program, we might have created skill development-oriented courses. See, I am the chairman of a university, and I am also working with so many universities in the capacity of consultant. So we are trying to infuse component of skill development into the curriculums of those universities. On the name of uniformity, we are imposing common syllabus to all the universities. It is very surprising that 90% of Indian graduates are from humanities. Another surprising thing is that majority of them means 80% of that chunk is in the field of political science, history, sociology, English, or regional languages. I have nothing against linguistics. I have nothing against English language or history, political science, or sociology. But from where development will come, from where employment will come, how many students will get job in that sector? I have gone through the syllabus of history program of many universities. Up to masters, there are no practical components. I am not saying that history is not having contents related to Indian heritage or Chol or Assamese history. I am not talking about that. Whatever history we are learning, we are having exposure of, even if it is Mughal history. See how many MA history students are going to perform, are getting practical facility in their universities. Absolutely, it is less than 0.01%. So we can blame that they are not employable, but where are the facilities? I am happy that the proposal of new education policy has come. Government is trying to reduce load from the students. They are talking about vocationalization of education, skill development programs into the education, and focus is to have more number of science programs. But for implementing them, a collective wisdom of nation is required. For getting that collective wisdom, we all need to collaborate and suggest Government of India about different methodologies. See, let us take example of few programs like pharmacy programs. We all are aware that pharmacy is a highly skilled program, and majority of the pharmacy professionals nowadays, they are opening their medical stores. It is a business, or they are getting suitable jobs. In every state, we have a state pharmacy council. Then we have Pharmacy Council of India. Apart from it, University Grants Commission is there. In many states, other bodies to regulate pharmacy, apart from these three regulators, other bodies to regulate pharmacy programs are available. But are they really contributing in enhancement of pharmacist technology? The institutions approved by Pharmacy Council of India, they are not performing very well. Like Professor Ahmed was speaking about agricultural education. Indian Council of Agriculture and Research is trying hard to provide accreditation to many universities, and it has created chaos. Nationwide, it has created chaos because they are coming without any mandate with their non-statutory status. Still, are they able to control quality of education in agricultural institutions which are accredited by ICAR? So we need to reduce load of regulatory framework on educational institutions. We need to have educational institutions in which students can learn. They can learn basic technologies and they can learn how to get employment. In Western countries, or if you talk about American continent, including both North and South America, you talk about Australia. After class 10th, the students are specific, they know what to do. But in Indian scenario, our kids are clueless about their probable profession of future, even after graduation. Why so? Because there is a great requirement of counseling related to giving them idea that in which field they are good. We do not have any process of segregation of candidates after class 8th. Like in Germany, we always say German technology is good. Rafael of France is good. But when we talk about them, we always forget that where are we lagging. In USA, if you will see the top-notch companies or any top-notch companies, you will find Indians are leading those companies. But what happens when it comes to our own country? Because we are forgetting, because in every sector, we need to have specialty. We need to have equal distribution of human resources in every sector. I am happy that government has come up with new education policy. Challenges are there, but in future there will be a graduation program of 3-year duration, honors graduation program of 4-year graduation, and these 4-year graduates can do PhD directly. I also would like to urge Government of India to remove mandate of having mandatory PhD for teaching graduate students in university system. Why? Because on the name of PhDs, again we are repeating the same mistake. In 2015, in the convocation ceremony at IIT Kharagpur, our president, ex-president, Dr. Pranav Mukherjee once commented about the quality of education in India. So, in my opinion, we need to discourage distance education programs, which are only providing theoretical studies. We need to encourage practical-oriented regular courses. Everyone is aware that in Uttar Pradesh, one day there were 800 private colleges. And it was very difficult in past days to secure an engineering seat in good engineering institution. But surprisingly, half of them were closed. But while mentioning the reason of closing of those colleges, we forget to mention that in past, many universities, including government universities, were offering engineering program in distance education mode. Now students are struggling. Supreme Court of India has declared that these programs are not valid. So on one side, we are investing on infrastructure, private sector is investing on infrastructure, government is investing on infrastructure and educational resources. On the other side, we are giving them parallel opportunities, easy opportunities to get a degree. See, degree without skills is not a degree. Skills without degree are still skills. So we need to devise a mechanism in which we can be able to analyze the skills in a candidate. Say, if we talk about a plumber, I am having one diploma, civil or ITI plumbing candidate, they don't know about their business and they are not doing good plumbing. But if a plumber, his qualification is nothing, but if he is performing well, then he is deserving. He will get the employment. So this is the situation. We need to compare whether are we involved in a process of providing degrees without skills. If it is, the answer is yes, then it is the failure of entire education system. It is, say, in last 75 years after independence, whatever we have produced in education, I am not saying it all is waste, but it is not fulfilling the requirements of our big nation. Now we need to have good program. We need to have less regulatory mechanism, but robust one. And we need to have a collective wisdom to ensure that education and employment are working simultaneously. Then I want to conclude here, and I am really thankful to the members present here, especially Professor Pankaj Mittal, Professor Ahmed, Young and Dynamic Secretary of CEGR, Ravish Kumarji, Engineer B.S. Yadav, and the former President CEGR, Kumar Shekhar Bijendraji, Ramesh Unni Krishnanji, Narendra Deshpandeji, and the President CGR, Sandeep Marwaji. Namaskar, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini Lochan, Chairman, Untitled University of Studies, for your wonderful views. And now I request Mr. Narendra Deshpande, CEO, Construction Skill Development Council, to present your views. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Greetings to one and all. Am I audible and visible?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. You are audible and visible, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Once again, greetings to one and all. It gives me a great pleasure. Probably if I look at the August gathering today, which is present here, both collectively and individually, this represents treasure and oceans of knowledge and skills. And probably if I have to extend this, imagine the benefit the new generation would get if this treasure is allowed to flow in the right direction, in the right manner. And what if the same treasure is not allowed to flow and the new generations is deprived of life? So the repercussions could be very, very strong on either sides. But the onus of what and how qualified we leave the upcoming generation is on all of us. All of us are conscious of the fact that performance of the upcoming generation is going to drive the performance of the industry more and more, and therefore the economic development of the country. But we are lagging behind in facilitating the holistic development of this generation. Walking in this direction has put us behind. Today, the time is to run and run robustly, with the baton being transferred seamlessly to the successor. Remaining employable should be one of the major driving points for both education and skills. Now, let me start with the fact that all of us know this, but I think I take privilege in reminding myself always of the fact that knowledge defies the law of diminishing returns, and skill only gets more and more refined with the practice. And I perceive education and skilling are like co-joined twins. Separating them would be a disaster, and exactly which was the scenario till recently. And therefore, it is imperative that education and skill come together for the larger and right cause. And we often forget also that therefore, because of this same differentiation, probably we have landed up in premium tier 1 and tier 2 kind of academic institutions. Academia could evolve as centers of excellence, could play a big role in apprenticeship in order to make students industry ready. And sector skill councils could help academia adopt some of the traits of the sector skill council, which would benefit a long way for the academia to go up. And we actually in India have built the systems on two unwritten thought process, two principles which I perceive are the cause for where we are today. We have come with the framework, the delivery mechanisms, or maybe the rules and regulations, predominantly on the premise that I do not believe you, and with the concept in the thought of the back of the mind thought process that first you try and then I will try. Probably those who have overcome this hurdle of thought process, I'm sure all of them have gone to become achievers and therefore recognized. One request which I want to make to this authors gathering, that when we meet next time or next summit of CAGR, it should bring out how many of us have come together in making this happen, how many of us have walked towards each other in our common endeavors. And therefore, we start making connections. We start talking on education, which is inclusive of skills. If this happens, then by 2047, we would have mastered the art of acculturization by one and all. Once an American magnate, business magnate had said, his name is John D. Rockefeller. He said, I believe in the dignity of labor, whether with head or hand, that the world owes no man a living, but that it owes every man an opportunity to make a living. And how many of us are actually working on this principle? That call we will have to take it. All of us here today, and many of those who are not here, are endeavoring to achieve, to open up doors of opportunities for our next generations, so that they are able to make a decent living for themselves. You all are looking at bringing transformational reforms in the education sector. As champions of change, this is what perhaps the world around us expect us to do. And precisely this is what we all seem to aim today in the context of the new education policy. The very objective that we have gathered today together for this cause. Each one of us need to rethink on what we do from here, what we do from now, because there is another famous quote which says, if we continue to do what we have always done, we will always continue to get what we have always got. So today, if on one side, we are bracketing the education system in the form of academic qualifications, then on the other side, there is a complete absence of urge to learn across a large portion of the population, predominantly because the struggle is to earn daily bread. Therefore, the biggest challenge today is about unlearning and demonstration of the fact that learning is indeed continuous. What might look like a simple reason, this very reason calls for us bringing a paradigm shift in the way we think, define, and impart learning, a complete cultural shift, a turnaround from the way the education is imparted today. NEP has brought in the much needed structural reform to the education system, a policy perhaps after more than 3 decades. Probably the ball is on our court now. And once Alvin Toffler had said, the illiterate of the century, 21st century, are not to be those who cannot read, write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn, which is precisely going to be the foundation to what we do differently henceforth. Besides, looking at learners, the students' community as individuals with thoughts, ideas, opinions, and capabilities of their own, but not a number to be achieved. We look forward to build people, characters, and employability. Building an integrated education system that examines a learner or student in a much less systematic format or formal ways, adopt informal ways and non-standardized ways of examining where you can. Wherever the possibility exists, I think the academia should take the liberty in doing this in a more informal, in a more non-systematic manner, because that is where you are going to tap the potential of the individual. And therefore, building an environment where learners, students are encouraged to improve on where their talents lie, rather than be judged and feel bad for not excelling in every field or the papers or the subjects that he or she might be forced to learn when he or she might not be so much interested. Encouraging more on informal ways of learning beyond solving equations, knowing how to pass examination, I think that is where we need to focus. Probably the biggest hurdle, what we should avoid is that avoid memorization. And probably this has become the enormous part of the education system today, giving a wide scope of choice to the learner, the students, as to what they should learn, provide the learners access to all that they want to learn. Today we have the technology as the magic man. Teach them to stretch, tap their hidden potentials, ensure that each of them develops the ability from the observation. How do we observe? Experiment. How do we experiment? Understanding self more from the aptitude that what suits best for that person. How do we draw inferences? How do we measure? How do we classify? How do we predict, interpret, formulating? I think these are the concepts which probably we need to drive in the education system. Coming from the construction industry background, my organization, Construction Skill Development Council of India, the second largest in the country after agriculture, both in terms of size, contribution to the GDP of the country, and also in terms of its linkages to any other industry or subsector. Probably you name any sector, probably we do have an linkage with that particular sector or industry. And I would say civilization and construction has been synonymous, or maybe one side of the coin. So as long as civilization exists, probably construction industry is going to be existing as to that extent. And as a country so yet old, yet so new, rich in culture, rich in heritage, structures, we are perhaps unique in many ways. Construction is an industry which perpetually exists. Financial 2021 year saw construction industry garner largest foreign direct investment in the country. We are estimated to be, I think, if I'm not wrong, third largest market globally by the end of this current year itself. Now, if I have to give some statistics, construction industry today has a workforce anywhere between 7 to 8 crores, given the current economic pace. And if all the flagship programs of the state and central governments are running full steam, the requirement is going to grow exponentially across the construction industry. an investment which goes beyond 102 lakh crores of rupees. Foundation for a country's economic growth is laid by the construction industry, and therefore the premise of the economic development, what I presume, is to be the construction industry. A perception of the opportunities which are waiting to get tapped can come from the fact that the recently concluded budget announced construction of 80 lakh houses for the homeless, and therefore the opportunities galore beyond the total capacity of 7 oceans put together. Just to name a few flagship programs, we have this Gati Shakti, which encompasses the 7 engines of the construction, such as roads, railways, airports, ports, mass transports, waterways and logistic infra, smart cities, industrial corridors, national infrastructure pipeline, defense corridors, and so on. It goes, the list goes on endlessly. And therefore, the opportunities galore. We have opportunities as an academia. If I look from the mirrors or lens of academia, we have opportunities in designing and delivering fleet of vocational programs at certificate, diploma, and degree, and maybe postgraduate levels. We have opportunities in designing and delivering vocational inputs even at the schools as part of their curriculum, in giving access to learning material, making it more affordable, opportunities to improve the way we teach, the way we examine, opportunities to increase the engagement with the industry and within academia, exchanging and sharing of best practices, opportunities to innovate, more things to flow. We as CSDCI are mandated to develop, establish, standardize industry competency framework, skill levels, occupation standards, build, create, deliver capacity, investments, and scaling outcomes. Few prominent mandates to include are assessment and certification, developing and facilitating vocational programs, research and development. This is one area where academy could get aligned with us because we are connected with the industry. Drive engagement, wide skill competitions, drive Rozgar, job melas, facilitate apprenticeship. Probably the academia, just for an information, I would like to share that as the Chief Executive Officer of this council, I am also by law a joint apprenticeship advisor. And therefore, we are probably taking this added strength to bring industry on board, whether it is skill development, whether it is making students industry ready, or for any benefit on either side of the coin line. We also can facilitate as a place of incubation and accelerator for a center of innovation to ensure that the construction industry is future ready and new age skills are adopted. And therefore, we are already working on many of these facts. Approximately 11 lakhs skill development numbers have been achieved if I have to share the numbers. But I would say, go on to also say that this is probably not even drop of water in the entire ocean. So as on date, if you ask me, we have 102 job roles which are created across 96 qualification packs and across 18 occupations. But this is just a minuscule part of it. More is coming in the coming months. Like we at CSDCI can facilitate the academia, design vocational inputs at certificate, diploma, and degree, and any level that they presume is appropriate with consultation from the industry. We can set up centers of excellence with the academia's help in their own institutes. Probably we can be a biggest facilitator in assessment and certification, in industry interactions, in research and development. Once again, which I said earlier also, we can build industry-ready students with the help of driving apprenticeship into the industry and build more vocational inputs to current ongoing educational programs also, and so many other things like. I take the privilege that we could also look at funding small research at small scales, which are innovative in nature and would go a long way to facilitate drive industry performance. And if hopefully everything goes fine, we are coming up with national skills competition framework covering the construction industry, wherein the construction industry is involved, academia is involved. The objective here is to improve the engagement, improve sharing of best practices, improve data exchange programs, improve knowledge and skill interactions and innovations. Also, academia can be informed that there is a lot of content which is being made available free of cost for all as part of the Creative Commons drive, all that is created by Sector Skill Council till date. by all sector skill councils. And this particular initiative is being driven by NSDC. So academia actually could tap on with NSDC and understand where and how this information or a lot of educational material is flowing down the line, and the students could be benefited because the content which is created is with the involvement of the industry. And that's why I'm prescribing this. We at Construction Council are coming up with ranking systems for the projects, but not for the industry specific organizations. As an apex body for creating and setting up the competency framework, we can facilitate in coming up with this right kind of ranking system, which would be more educational program specific driven rather than university or institute driven. Like, we request you to interact rather than the entire academia here to take advantage of the sector skill councils and therefore benefit the upcoming young generations. The entire academia could look forward to any of the sector skill council as the bridge between academia and industry. We are mandated to bridge the gap that currently existed. The point is to convey that this August gathering is that construction industry is where the focus of economic development is going to be for many more decades to come. And if this was actually the requirement of yesterday, and therefore we have to rush up, pull up our socks, and then proceed as fast as possible so that we are able to tap the demographic dividend, but don't repent after we lose like demographic dividend. So the onus of what kind of skill sets we want our next generations to hold is on all of us today. Like Swami Vivekananda said, strength is life, eternal, immortal, weakness is constant strain and misery. I close with my thanks for the Center for Education and Growth, and thank Mr. Ravish Roshan also for having approached and given me this opportunity in interacting with this a large and very prominent community, doyens of the educational industry, and therefore hearing me out patiently. I'm open to any queries today, tomorrow, or any time in the future also that anybody wants to connect with me. Please do so, because my job is to get connected and then facilitate the industry. We are there to help you in any ways possible and also get help from you in any possible way. There is nothing which is going to stop us from doing so, because today the flexibility has been built in the entire system that we work upon. So thank you very much once again. Thank you, Ravish.
Thank you, Mr. Nain Deshpande, sir, CEO, Construction Skill Development Council, for highlighting various initiatives of Sector Skill Council. Now, I request Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to present her views. She is the second women Secretary General of AIU in 96 years of existence. And before that, she was the Additional Secretary of UGC, and that she was the Additional Secretary of UGC. She addressed the CEGR conference, and she was the Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and despite a number of awards and credited with number of publications, a leading name in agriculture science. So we welcome you, ma'am, and over to you, ma'am. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravishji. Thank you very much. Now that, mostly we have seen that in the valedictory sessions, the participation is very less, people are reducing, patience is losing out. So we just have 15 people right now on the platform.
We have the large number of participants over the social media, and we have kept here as the special invited participants only. And many institutions have made it live in various auditoriums, and students and faculty members from many colleges and universities are listening to this valedictory session.
Okay, so thank you, Ravishi. I'll be, of course, very brief. I'll be talking only about the education, that what are the challenges in implementation of NEP. Now, NEP, when it came in 2020, we got a new policy after 34 years. Everybody was very, very hopeful that we will be doing very fast, very much in implementation of this policy. Now, about 2 years are over. A lot of awareness has been created about the policy, but a lot still remains to be done. And what I feel is the hindrance in the effective implementation of the policy is that everybody feels that somebody else has to implement the policy. For example, universities and colleges feel that, okay, government has to implement, government feels the universities and colleges have to implement. Regulatory authorities feel, okay, the university should be going ahead in implementing the policy, but the universities think that regulatory authorities will issue some notification, then we'll be implementing the policy. So what, in my opinion, the actual thing is that 70% of the recommendation, of course, the government has to do their bit. They have to establish HACCI, they have to do establish National Research Foundation, or maybe translation and interpretation sessions center, or even the government has to say allocate 6% of GDP to higher education, which has to education, which has been talked about since Kothari Commission. But apart from this, 70% of the recommendations are such which the universities can implement at their own level. For example, the policy talks about university restructuring. They talk about that there will be 3 types of institutions. One will be research universities, one will be teaching university, and other will be degree awarding colleges. So every university has to decide that we have to be a research university or a teaching university. And how will they decide? Looking at this student profile, location profile, teacher profile. But they have to decide what they want to be. And there's nothing wrong in any of them, either teaching or research. Both are equally good. And then it is not even cast in the stone. They can change whenever they feel like. So the universities have to take initiative that what I want to be, whether research or teaching, and for becoming the one, I mean, whatever I choose, whether research or teaching, what type of, say, for example, multidisciplinary is there. So what type of programs I'll be choosing to teach in my university or add in my university. So all that the universities has to decide, and accordingly they have to prepare the IDP, which will indicate the type of infrastructure which is required, the type of library, books and journals which are required, the type of labs which are required, and the amount money which is required for that, and from where that money will come. If it's a government university, they'll look forward to the government for the money. Which is a private university, they will look forward to it, that how the money can be generated. Will it totally depend upon the student fee, or there will be some alumni donations, or the management of the institution will be giving? So all this has to be decided. But then there are many implementation challenges. I'll take only one example, that is ABC. Now ABC is the most innovative scheme of National Education Policy. In ABC, the students will be having an account in a credit bank, like Academic Bank of Credit. The way you have an account in a commercial bank where you deposit money, in the Academic Bank of Credit, you will be having an account in which instead of money, you will be depositing the credits. And how will you earn the credits? By doing different courses from different universities. So you keep on accumulating credits, and once you have the threshold number of credits, you can go to a university and say that redeem these credits as your degree. And the university, because you have done at least 50% of the credits from that university, will redeem it into a degree, and the student will be sort of, I normally say that the student is treated like a king in this policy, because he is having the total independence and autonomy of what to study, from where to study, which university, which course, which program, and in what mode and in what duration. Everything is left to the student. So the student is a king. But then when you implement ABC, the concept sounds very, very good. But then how does the student earn a credit? The student will be earning a credit by doing different courses from different universities. So how will you do courses? Because right now the admissions are made in the full programs, BA, BSc, BCom program. In individual papers or individual courses, the admissions are not made. But now onwards, free means when the ABC is implemented, the regular route will be there, program route will be there, the student will be taking admission in BA, BSc, BCom, but there will be an additional route of ABC, means ABC route will be there. Therefore, for every course, the universities have to create some additional seats, some supernumerary seats to accommodate the students who come from the ABC route. Now, when this happens, again, the universities, depends upon the capacity of the university, that how many seats they're able to add. But the university has to decide that, say, if it is already a class of 50 students in the regular program, can they add 10 more or 20 more or 30 more? Depends upon what type of seating capacity they have. It depends upon the online, if the course is online, what type of online infrastructure they have. So the universities have to very clearly see that how much they can accommodate, and then decide on the supernumerary seats over and above the regular program route. But then another issue with the students is of managing the timetable, because one university at one place, second university at second place, and third university at third place, it will be very difficult to manage the timetable. Therefore, the students have to do their bit by choosing such universities in which they are able to manage the timetable if the program is held in a physical mode or through online mode, so that this can work out. So a lot of management will be required for implementing the ABC. It's not that it's undoable, it is doable, but a lot of management will be required on the part of the university, on the part of the faculty, as well as on the part of the student. So that is one. Similarly, when you talk of multidisciplinarity, when you talk of research university, a lot of funding is required, and the universities are looking for the funds. So if the funds are not available, if the 6% of GDP is not allocated to education, out of which at least 25% should go to higher education, the implementation of policy in letter and spirit will be very, very difficult. So the biggest challenge will be the funding, which should be to the level of 6%. Second will be the clear-cut understanding of the policy in terms of who has to do what type of regulations will be coming, what type of regulations should be awaited by the universities, what they can do at their own, so that full clarity is required on the part of the universities. For example, when you say that in the policy, for the first time, internationalization of higher education has been given a lot of importance, so our universities can go out and establish their campuses. The foreign universities, top one, can come and establish their campuses in India. Indian universities can collaborate with foreign universities in terms of, say, joint degree, dual degree, or twinning programs. But where are the regulations? So the regulations have to come very fast if the policy has to be implemented. And the universities and the colleges, especially the academic leaders, they have to be proactive and passionate about implementation of the policy. If they are not passionate, whatsoever the government does, the policy will not be implemented. So a passion coupled with money, if these two things are there, the policy can be implemented very well. If either of these are missing, there will be difficulties in implementing the policy. So with this, I would like to end my small talk. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ravish ji, for inviting me here.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, Secretary General AIU. And indeed, when I see the history of AIU in last 2 years, when you have taken over as the charge of the Secretary General, it became one of the most dynamic organizations. So many MOUs, so many events, and I'm getting so many feedbacks. Yesterday, I was talking with Professor Caregiver, sir, who is the mentor to Cegr. He was appreciating you, and he was telling me that now AIU is looking vibrant under the leadership of Pankaj Mittal, ma'am. So you are a great source of inspiration. So thank you, ma'am, for always supporting us. And indeed, we are getting a lot of support from you. So we will look forward to your support in coming time also. Now I request Dr. Ashwini Lochan, Chairman, Arunachal University of Studies and Senior Vice President, Cegr, to present vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, first of all, ma'am, I would like to thank you for enlightening us on this issue. This is the most prevalent issue of the era, and I hope that soon we will get the path that how to successfully implement the new education policy. I would like to thank Professor Ahmed, and I would like to thank all the dignitaries present in the session. Today, we had an amazing session. We started from 10:30 with inaugural session in which we discussed Vision 247 in the field of higher education. So many ideas has come. In fact, the President Cegr, past President Kumar Shekhar Bijendra ji, Arvind Agrawal ji, Abhilasha Gaur, Ved Prakash Mishra, and Mona Gupta ji, and Professor K.K. Agrawal has given their views, which was amazing. And definitely it will help us to have some broad line of action, and we can write it to the various bodies of government. Then we had technical session on the issue of impact of COVID on academic institution and way forward. In this session, we discussed about the problem which education institution faced during last 2 years, and we had made a plan, and soon we will be sharing its findings with the panel. In second technical session, we discussed about multiple ranking accreditation and impact on quality enhancement. So we had that amazing session, and the findings of same will be shared. This valedictory session itself is very important because we discussed about requirement of skill development inclusion into education, and as ma'am said, you said about this ABC, the academic bank of credit system, to be implemented into educational scenario. And thank you very much for your kind presence. Over to you, Ravish.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini Lochan, Chairman, Untitled University of Studies. And we also thank Professor Mohammad Faiza Ahmad, Director Research in Bihar Agriculture University, a learned academician and researcher in Bihar. And he took many initiatives in Bihar Agriculture University, and we benefited South Bihar and various districts of South Bihar. So thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. And thanks to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, Secretary General AIU. We are grateful to you, ma'am. And thanks to Mr. Dhananjay Deshpande, CEO of Construction Skill Development Council. This is the first time when we are listening to at the CEGR platform. Thank you, sir. Then we have Engineer B.S. Yadav, Chancellor IAS University, Bhopal. Thank you, sir. And with the permission of all, we are concluding the session, and we look forward to you all in the coming event. Every month we are organizing 7 to 8 events on various issues. So soon we will update you with the new events. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
अखिलेश सर इवेंट क्लोज कर दिया जाए.